that there is a way to set up a stable interim government and to reconstruct Iran in the event that there is a change in government. Next slide, please. The time frame for the implementation of the project is after a change in government. We have assumed a mostly peaceful change in government. The work is being done with imperfect information. The data the researchers have had access to is scarce and not very reliable. Instability is the central challenge Iranians have faced. focus in order to identify the privatization schedule. This work involves a whole-of-government assessment of capital needs and availability. We want to be careful not to create a fire sale. The privatization strategy is also an area with many paths and a need to be prepared for whatever comes our way, but to attempt to do so with a prioritization strategy in mind is key. For healthcare, the spend from per capita, who is and is not included, who provides the coverage, whether it's government, insurers, or out of pocket, how much does each type of payer pay, what services are covered, how different systems impact the constituencies from providers to patients, all have been thought through careful detail. For the pensions, the system health, the structure in terms of the defined and contribution versus benefit, the cyclicality of external factors from the population pyramid, the macro environment, and other and constituents, who provides the pensions from government, corporations, and individuals, have all been looked at. Again, we are nearing completion of the first phase of the work, which I have touched on in this presentation. We are beginning to map the subsequent parts and looking for interested contributors for the next phases. Please join us in early 2025 for the unveiling of phase one. Thank you, and I'd like to turn it over to our distinguished panel.
Thank you, welcoming advice.
خب دوستان لینکی که بالا گذاشته فیروز جان لطفاً برید روی اون لینک و این لایو یوتیوب هم لایک هم بکنید. بعد برگردید اینجا در مورد صحبت کنیم. بگو فیروز ببخشید. فقط می‌خواستم بگم لایک یادتون نره برای یوتیوب بالا که لایو.
Advisors to this project, Saeed Qasim Nejad, Senior Economics Fellow at FTD, and Senior Economist Mohammad Jahanparvar, along with celebrated investor and founder Shervin Pishevar, in a conversation moderated by Nufdi Vice President Kamran Khansarinia.
My microphone is not working, so two bad news. Okay, good news and bad news. Bad news, I'm back, so I apologize. Good news is for the first time, I think, at the Nufdi conference, and perhaps the first time in history, we're going to have a discussion about economics, which I hope will actually be interesting. And we'll see if these panelists are up to the task. You heard Amir talk about IPP. It's something that at Nufdi we're extremely proud of, and something that our next speaker, who I'm sure you're very happy to hear from, will be speaking about in some length as well. It's not just about getting rid of the Islamic Republic. It's about the day after and the plans that we have for the people of Iran, the preparations for the people of Iran to ensure that their needs are met, to ensure that Iran can return to its rightful place among the community of nations, as a leader of the community of nations, both within the Middle East and in the broader geopolitical community. And at Nufdi, we take that extremely seriously, and that's why we're proud to support the work of the Iran Prosperity Project. And we have two of the senior advisors to the project to discuss that project with us, and also somebody who has experience doing exactly what we're trying to prepare for the future of Iran. So this one will be a bit shorter because I know that you are anticipating our next speaker, but also how long can one talk about economics, with all due respect to Mohammed and Saeed. But we'll start there out of due deference to you. Saeed, you were involved in the creation of this project, IPP. Why is it important to start with something like this? Tell us a bit about the backstory of this project, why you are putting so much time into it. You have a full-time job at FDD, where you are one of the world's most renowned experts on sanctions on the Islamic Republic. Why are you taking time out of your day, you're not being compensated for this, to work on a project like this? Why does it matter to you? And tell us a bit about how it got started.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I'm generally pessimist, not a good person to have a beer with. Usually dooms and glooms come out from me. But I'm pretty optimistic about Iran, the future of Iran's economy. Iran is the last untapped market, large untapped market in the world. We have a quite large diaspora outside, very well connected, very well off, very well educated. We have. I was on the other side. A lot of people were trying to get into Iran, and we were mapping them to try to make sure they are not going there. And that's actually the list of the companies that the moment that the regime is gone, you can have them to go back. But it's important for the Iranians inside Iran, for the Iranian diaspora, and for the international community to see that there is a plan out there, that when the regime falls, Iranians know what to do. There are Iranian experts who have thought about that. So that helps the Iranian inside Iran to be more optimistic about their future. That helps the diaspora to be more engaged. And that helps the international community, whether it's
الهام من صدا رو کم کردم که شما نکات رو
بذار پس الان ادامه بده، جاش خیلی خوب بود. من باشه صدا رو کم بکن، قطعش کردم.
من صدا رو کم میکنم، شما روی کم بازه، فقط دارم پخش میکنم با صدای کم. ادامه میدم. پس بگو که کامران خانسارنیا چی گفت و الان هم سعید قاسمی نژاد داره صحبت میکنه راجع به این مسئله سانکشن و هدفشون راجع به آینده. ادامه بده.
خب الان داره در مورد
to be more optimistic about the future of Iran, the fall of the regime, to know that they can actually engage with the Iranian opposition. So what we are trying to do is to have a plan. We hope that different factions of the opposition will see this plan and they can actually unite around this plan, because the plan is really not ideological. It's a common sense plan. So that's our goal.
I think that's so important to know, because I think there's a lot of to fighting amongst different groups and a quote unquote lack of unity that we're told so often about. But to see a project which is not ideological, but is focused on practical solutions for the people of Iran, I think, as you said, it serves as a hopeful opportunity that people can come together around that. It's not about left-leaning or right-leaning or a future form of government, but really about the needs of the Iranian people. So with that sort of expectation set, let's talk about something a little bit less hopeful and exciting for the future, but the reality and the facts. Mohammed, can you tell us what has Iran lost in the past 45 years from an economic perspective? Because you can answer that question ad nauseum, obviously. But economically, tell us where we were just prior to 1979 and where we are today, and what ramifications has that had for the people of Iran and for the market?
Well, thank you very much for having us here, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the IPP project. So as usual, the disclaimer goes, these are my personal opinions, but they are also common sense, essentially reading the data at this point. So the high point of from the individual Iranian's point of view, the high point of prosperity came sometime around between 1976 and 1977. At that point, after about 2 decades of double-digit growth and very low inflation, Iran was about to break into the ranks of upper middle income countries in the world. It was a slightly poorer per capita than Spain, substantially more prosperous than Turkey or South Korea. And then the country went into a tailspin. So about 45 years later, Iran stands at 117th place out of about 190 countries in terms of income. So to give you an idea that what it means that based on some estimates, let's say IMF estimates, El Salvador is slightly better off than Iran. Iran is about as well off, slightly better off than Indonesia. So the goal, if you want to think about that, what it could be, Iran could be at least about the average income in the world. So right now, the per capita output for Iran is about $4,500 per year. it could be about $13,000. At $13,000, which is the average for the world, Iran would be like, the 22nd or 23rd largest economy in the world. So this is the magnitude of loss that you're looking at. Now, you compound that by every Iranian family over 45 years, and you're looking at a mind-boggling number. So by being kept as a policy choice outside the world order, Iranians are substantially poorer than their neighbors and their peers as of like in the 1976. The point of reference, counterfactuals are cheap, and it is a fool's errand to try to estimate that what it could have been. Things can go right or wrong for various reasons, but it is reasonable to expect that Iranians would be better off had they continued as the economic performance close to the average of the world, rather than being the big sick man of Middle East. I think that would probably answer the question. I do not want to put an exact number on that because, again, running counterfactuals is difficult. But think about all the hospitals not built, all the mines that were not up to standard. So as a result, Iranian miners die for completely preventable accidents. Think about all the children who could have gone to world-level standard schools, all the women who could have had access to basic healthcare, and they do not get it right now, and all the houses, cars that are not bought, and the structures that are not that could have been up to standard, such that small earthquakes in an earthquake-prone country would not actually lead to wholesale slaughter of entire cities. BAM comes to mind. I'll leave it at that, and we can come back and discuss this a little bit more.
Economist, we would have been the South Korea of Middle East. We became the North Korea of Middle East. I think we could have been easily at the level of South Korea.
Shervin, in terms of what's been lost and what could have been, I think you and so many other Iranians who are unfortunately not in their own country but forced to be abroad are examples of what could have been. So can you tell, your background is quite well known, I think, to most people, an early investor in some of the greatest companies today, from Uber to so many others. What is it that Iranians are so good at in business? Tell us a bit about your experience as an Iranian business person abroad. And maybe then after that, what would that look like back in Iran? Let's say 1979 had never happened, or tomorrow, as I asked the previous panel, the regime falls. What does it look like bringing all that human capital and potential back to a country like Iran?
Thank you. In Silicon Valley, we have a technique called A/B testing. And A/B testing allows you to, basically test whether one output or a second output is different based on the fundamentals of the experiment. And we've had the A/B test. The A/B test is Iran, the Islamic regime, under the Islamic regime, as you guys have very wisely explained, has really destroyed value and destroyed the lives of 88 million of our brothers and sisters. At the same time, the diaspora of Iranians, the millions who escaped the Islamic regime and came to America, Europe, Australia, all over the world, you look at their success. And that's the A/B test. That's what Iran would have been. And I was putting some numbers together because there's some of these are my friends, and some of these are companies that I helped either invest in or serve on the board of in the case of Uber. But I added up the value of companies that Iranian Americans, just Iranian Americans, have helped create and scale. And the number comes out to $5.85 trillion of value, of company valuations. This is Dara at Uber. This is Hadi and Ali Partovi funding Facebook. This is Omid Kurdistani building Google from 5 people, and Salar Kamangar building AdWords and AdSense, Pierre Omidyar inventing eBay, and then doing PayPal, Anusha Ansari, SpaceX with Omid Afshar. That adds up to $6 trillion. That I think is probably the best example of what could have been, but also I am a techno-optimist, and I actually am an optimist about the Iranian spirit, because we've been around for 4,000 years, and the Islamic regime will end up being a blink in the eye of our history once they're gone. And once they're gone, the diaspora will all go back and invest and help our people build Iran quickly under, what we need is we need a Vision 2030, the way MBS and Saudi has. We need a Vision 2040 for Iran. And if you look at all of the things that are possible, we could build Manhattan projects for quantum computing, for AI and AGI, for biotech, longevity. I think you look at the examples against A/B testing this, look at the UAE, look at Qatar, look at Oman, look at Saudi Arabia since 1979 and what they've done with their economies. I just came back from Qatar, and the level of infrastructure, the level of investment in their people is so inspiring. We can do the same thing. I think we could turn things around in Iran once we have democracy, and once we have the Crown Prince back, helping build the future of Iran. Iran will become a major source of hope and peace and prosperity, not just for Iranian people, but for the world.
Let me stay with you for a second, Chair. I mean, you listed those people and their immense accomplishments. With all due respect to them and all the work that they've done, all the value that they've built for consumers, for markets, it's you who I see on this stage, and it's you who I see consistently in the media talking not just about markets and the companies that you've built and the companies in which you've invested, but talking about this very topic, which is the people of Iran and their democratic aspirations. Why have you chosen to be so public about this? Why have you chosen not to? It's quite easy, obviously, for people to stay silent. That's the sort of the modus operandi. Why have you chosen to talk about this so publicly and to put your personal business credibility behind something like this?
Thank you. My first answer is because of my parents. My father Abraham and my mother Ashrat raised me to be a patriot, a deep believer in the Iranian people and our culture. They made me deeply believe in Iranian exceptionalism. We're really talented, brilliant, amazing people who has contributed so much culturally and civilizationally to the world, and so my parents imbued that in me, and that's why I'm so involved. That's why I reached out to Elon during the Women Life Freedom movement and said, "Hey, I'd like to smuggle Starlinks into Iran and get it to the women so that no government can block their communication to the world." And that's why we were able to get all those videos out. But that's the main reason. And I don't fault any of my friends in tech for staying silent. However, when history starts calling, they need to open up their checkbooks and they need to invest in the Iranian people.
Mohammed, you're a numbers guy, both you and Said, and of course Shervin mostly zeros after commas and the dollar sign. But tell us about the future potential of Iran. You talked about what we've lost in the past 45 years. Obviously, as Amir outlined and as we will outline in an entire day dedicated to the Iran Prosperity Project. And each of the papers that were written by our expert researchers and authors from universities across the world, they'll go into an immense amount of detail next year, as Amir said. But give us a high-level view. You gave us the rear-view mirror. Amir said, but give us a high-level view. You gave us the rear-view mirror. Going forward, what opportunities are presented to Iran should there be the fundamental political change that we all seek?
So obviously, nobody's asking me to do anything about it, but if they ask, this is what I would answer. So first of all, remember that, as I mentioned, Iran is not doing that well in terms of the league tables of the per capita output. However, the country has immense potential. So think about it that, again, looking back a little bit, back in 1974, Iran was the pivotal player in the energy markets. When the first oil embargo went into effect, Iran could actually amp up production to address at least part of the shortcomings of the market. Nowadays, it's a marginal player. I mean, it has almost zero impact in the international oil market. Just opening up of the economy to the oil and gas market and the investment that it requires would immediately elevate the position of Iran in the energy markets. Recall that the country is, by some measures, the second largest, has the second largest reserves of the natural gas and probably third or fourth largest reserves of oil. So this is the traditional part of the economy. However, we need to constantly remind ourselves, Iran is the last remaining untapped market. So just opening up the economy of 85 million, by some measures, 88 million, educated, actually highly sophisticated consumers would immediately open up opportunities, both in terms of services and industries, that would allow very quickly for these people to get brought back into the world, get employment, start innovating, start investing, having meaningful relationships, like deep relationships with the neighbors and countries close and far, and that would generate growth. So the one important thing that you want to keep in mind is that Iran for years has suffered from chronic unemployment. You want to help people, the first thing that you want to do, provide them opportunities to have gainful employment for long periods of time. That would immediately alleviate underemployment and unemployment among young people, and particularly women that actually comprise about 60% of the university students in the country. So there are structural barriers towards employment of women in Iran that would immediately, almost overnight, it would go away. The investment that you have to have in terms of infrastructure, security, new industries, given the large number of engineers and tech technicians in the country, would almost definitely help to sustain growth for a long period of time. It is important to keep in mind, going back, looking forward, culturally, Iran can be an exporter of cultural goods. Even under the Islamic Republic, it had an impact on world culture. Imagine what it would have meant if it actually could engage in cultural exchange with the rest of the world. I want to actually tell you an anecdote about something that I heard the other day. So a friend of a friend they are active in the music scene in France. They had gotten their hands on records of Iranian singers prior to the revolution. And it was asking us that, okay, what is the newest version of these things? Because this music was actually quite good. We can actually use it now. And our answer obviously was that okay, the revolution happened. It all stopped. Open that up and you will see that Iran is going to have a place, not unlike South Korea, in just cultural exchanges. And this is employment, this is wealth, this is creation. Let people create. They won't only create Persian carpets, They would create a lot of other things that would lead to mutual prosperity for people inside, and then also the global community. We have enriched, Iranians have enriched the world for millennia. They can continue doing that. It was somewhat sad to hear that all the panels talked about the threats that Iran emanates right now. The tables can turn. It could be prosperity. It could be a future. This is actually interesting to anticipate and interesting to watch as it unfolds.
I don't mean to disappoint all of you, but I have to get one boring economics question in, but it relates to policy, so probably some people here will appreciate it, to you, Saeed, which is we hear so much about the Islamic Republic's current violations of international financial protocols, not being part of the global financial market, whether FATF, not being part of the SWIFT system, etc. Can you give us a vision of, again, the change happens next week, and you and Dr. Jahan Parvar, thank God, are now running economic policy in Iran as opposed to a bunch of clerics. What would be the first few steps that Iran has to take procedurally and in terms of international organizations and qualifications to return to the global market, and how feasible is that?
So the first thing would be like to join the FATF. The next thing would be we need to remove all these sanctions. If we don't do it, we cannot join the international community. The good news is that it's quite easy. A lot of them can be suspended through executive orders. So executive order, the sanction will not be removed from the law, but the effect will be gone. So that actually depends on you stop financing terrorism. That depends on the new regime not wanting to destroy Israel, not wanting to kick the United States out of the region. So the financial decisions, economic decisions are important, but what's more important than them is the political vision. And I think we are very lucky to have a leader like Crown Prince Reza Pahlavi, who has immense support inside Iran, who is a statesman in the international community. When he talks here and there, everyone really appreciates that. I have seen that. So we are actually very lucky to have someone like him. The Iraqis unfortunately didn't have that. The Afghans had someone like him. The Americans unfortunately prevented his return. But we have that person right now. Who knows? I hope like he's active and alive for 100 more years. But we also need to understand that our window of opportunity is limited. So if that happens, if that political change happens, if you bring that new political perspective, then the economic decisions are not that difficult. These are like very common sense economic and financial decisions. You just go and take what IMF tells you to do, and you are 90% fine. So sorry, the answer was not very economic, was mostly political, but the problem in Iran is really mostly political.
I want to actually add a little bit of economics to that. Sometimes the mistakes of your adversary are opportunities for you. For many countries that actually go through transitions, one important constraint that they actually have to face is the fact that they usually, through mismanagement, they have large external debt. Islamic Republic, due to its very aggressive international stance, has actually cut Iran off from any type of financial interaction for 45 years. So one thing that the next government, the transitional government, is going to have at its disposal, and it is important, is that it will start with almost no external liabilities that are going to crush the finances of that government in the initial phase. So you have to take the win there. What happens next would be to essentially removing the barriers, political barriers first, followed by economic barriers from the ingenuity and the business spirit of Iranian people, they will do the rest. You do not need to do much.
On that topic of the spirit of the Iranian people and the business spirit, you talked a bit about it, Shervin, but you've obviously invested in so many companies, helped build them. You know, to a great extent, what makes good founders, what makes good companies. Looking at Iran now, obviously, perhaps it's difficult to imagine, and to some extent, given the Islamic Republic. I mean, as Mohammed was pointing out, 60% of college graduates are women in Iran, but so many of them are denied places in the workforce because of the regime's laws. When you look at Iran as a potential market, not as a country, you describe yourself as a patriot. You're a patriot, but you're a businessman as well. When you look at it not as a patriot, but as a businessman, what opportunities do you see in Iran for companies? What industries are you drawn to immediately? What sort of companies immediately make you want to be investing in them and be part of the next big thing in Iran?
The great thing is, we all know as Iranians, our moms and dads really push education on us and want us to be doctors and engineers and lawyers and so on.
I think I'm the only non-doctor and non-millionaire on this stage, which is unique for me.
I was supposed to be the doctor of the family, and I rebelled. But I
think you did pretty okay.
my brother and sister became, lawyer and PhDs. So they made up for it. But if you look at just the human capital in Iran, you look at Sharif University. I think Stanford University's engineering program at one point in the last 10 years, out of 35 PhD students, like 28 of them were from Sharif University. So most of these incredible minds are there, they're educated, they're ready to build, except they're in prison, essentially. And so once freedom comes, some of the things I've thought through is, and learned from Silicon Valley is, first of all, Silicon Valley is not a physical place anymore. It's an idea that's gone viral. And I know many Iranians in Iran have the aspiration to be entrepreneurs. I get emails and messages from many of them. And they're waiting for that opportunity to be mentored, for there to be incubators and venture studios, YC programs where we can actually mentor, invest, and train young entrepreneurs to build the next Google out of Iran. That potential is there. We just have to systematically build the ecosystem. The good thing is the university system is very strong, and you need to have a university and educational system to be able to build something like Silicon Valley in Iran. But I think that potential is tremendous. Also, if you look at the diaspora and the number of people that could come and invest and build companies and hire people and mentor people, there'll be a renaissance of economic activity in Iran.
You recently started a new position as the co-chairman of, I won't mention the name, I'm not sure if your company's lawyers would appreciate that, but you've started a new position as a co-chairman of a very important crypto-based financial institution. So first of all, congratulations. But in terms of the potential of technology in Iran, a lot of things have been missed, unfortunately, in the past several decades. Iran has been unable to the Iranian people have been unable to take advantage of certain trends or opportunities that the rest of the world has been able to take advantage of. What sort of technologies do you see being able to be brought to Iran to improve the lives of Iranians? What sort of tech companies can be built there? I mean, as you said, out of 4 Iranians, 3 of them is an engineer. So what sort of things can be built in Iran? What sort of companies and technologies can be used or built to better the lives of the Iranian people?
The historical coincidence is the timing of this potential kind of freedom for Iran, hopefully sooner than later, is happening at the same time of the greatest revolution that's going on, I think, in human history, which is artificial intelligence, and what's coming, which is AGI, artificial general intelligence. And so we're about to achieve a huge milestone, which is AGI will get us to much higher than human intelligence, and even the collective intelligence of all humans. And so in the same way that the mutations that happened millions of years ago that gave us our brains and gave us our ability to have language, that was essentially the creation of an AGI inside the human brain. Now we're inventing something that is what I call superintelligence. And so the timing of what could happen is that you have a huge amount of Iranians who have technical talent. There's many AI researchers and engineers who are Iranian. And I actually think that what we should do is make Iran into the AI leader in the world. Because as a sovereign, that is going to be the biggest advantage any sovereign could have, is to have sovereign supremacy around artificial intelligence. We need to build AI supercomputing centers in Iran. We have the power for it. We have the brain power for it. All of those ingredients are there. And that's why I think by 2040, Iran could surpass what we could have done in the last 45 years.
Last question to each of you, because we are past our time and I don't want to keep our keynote speaker waiting. Tell us, if you can, in one or two sentences, beyond what you've said thus far, your outlook for Iran's economic future, both as it relates to the Iranian people and as it relates to the global economic community and global markets, if this political change comes about. Saeed, let's start with you.
I think as a last large untapped market, with a, as I said, well-educated, well-off, well-connected diaspora, Iran actually can become a developed country very fast and very quickly, much faster than many think. The day after the Islamic Republic falls, if we can actually put that political transition that does not create a foreign war, that does not create a civil war, if that happens, the economic part is quite easy. It will happen very fast and quickly.
So what I want to say is something similar to what a doctor would say. You get an opportunity, don't squander it. So if the political change comes, Iranians are going to get one chance to set it right and do it right. Don't try to reinvent the wheel. There is the collective knowledge of several countries that have gone through similar transitions at your disposal. Don't try to do things, very exciting things. Try to be as normal, as prudent, and as data dependent and experience dependent as possible. You'll see that it will bear fruit. What you want to be is that you want to be a normal, liberal, democratic member of the global community. You do not want to be the unique country that's either in one direction or the other direction. You're going to surprise everybody. Avoid surprises.
Yeah, make Iran boring again.
It's hard for Iranians not to be unique. So
you can be unique, but you can be productive.
Yeah, uniquely productive. I believe in Iranian exceptionalism, and I think what they're saying is exactly right. The speed at which Iran can recover and excel and exceed anything that happened in the last 45 years and go beyond it. We will forget this ugly history and we'll move forward to a new day for the Iranian people and for the world.
Well, Nufdi will proudly share more information about IPP with you in the coming weeks and months. Until then, before our keynote speaker, please join me once again in thanking Shervin Pishavar, Saeed Qasim-Nejad, and Mohammad Jahanparvar.
Ladies and gentlemen, please keep to your seats as we wait for our keynote speaker. Please keep to your seats.
was dominated primarily
symbol of hope for millions of Iranians at home and abroad, our keynote speaker, His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of Iran, Reza Pahlavi.
سپاس و درود به همگی شما. سپاسگزارم. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Ramsden, Dr. Ganji, members of the Nufdi Board of Directors, thank you for having me. It is a pleasure to be back with all of you and to speak for the first time at the Iran conference. I would like to begin by commending Nufdi on the remarkable progress it has made in the past few years. As recently as 5 years ago, the Iran conversation in Washington, D.C. was dominated primarily by the Islamic Republic's nefarious lobby and secondarily by fringe groups. In only a few years, those two well-funded, state-backed interest groups were given a run for their money by an underdog, Nufdi. Now, finally, there's a true and honest voice for Iranians in Washington. You should be proud of what you have accomplished, but there's much more to be done. Our challenge today in the fight for Iran's liberation is not only political, but also economic. It is not only about freeing our people from political repression, but also from the shackles of poverty. That is why I am so pleased to speak about the Iran Prosperity Project and the plan for and path to our nation's economic reconstruction. Nearly half a century ago, Khomeini, ever eloquent, defined the Islamic Republic's economic strategy by proclaiming that economics is for donkeys. اقتصاد مال خر است. It was this ignorance and arrogance, beyond his brutality and backwardness, that destroyed the lives of millions of Iranians and cost the world a valuable trading partner, promising market, and reliable creditor. Today, Iran should have been the South Korea of the Middle East, but it has instead become the North Korea of our region. The gross domestic product numbers prove it. In 1977, Iran's real GDP per capita was more than twice that of South Korea. Today, South Korea's is more than 7 times that of Iran's, and devastatingly, Iran's real GDP per capita has never reached its pre-revolution level. As a result of an economic policy determined by those who believe it should be guided by livestock, Iran has missed out on the digital and internet revolutions, the globalization age, and we are in the midst of missing out on the artificial intelligence era. In addition to foregoing such new opportunities, Iran has given up our natural advantages, losing our leading role in the world's energy market. Far from the pivotal supplier of energy we were 50 years ago, Iran is merely a marginal player. A corrupt few have prospered, while a nation has suffered. But there is hope. Indeed, much more than just hope. Unlike Khomeini, I will make no promises of free water, free buses, or free utilities. What I offer instead is a vision informed by ongoing consultations with renowned economists and successful business leaders. It is their expertise and knowledge that has helped me form the principles I believe should brace up our economy in a secular, democratic Iran. First, economic policy must trust citizens to make decisions based on their own interests. Second, the government should create opportunities for all citizens to thrive. Third, policies should empower individuals by fostering personal responsibility and innovation. Fourth, a dynamic economy depends on respecting private property and safeguarding it from interference. Fifth, market mechanisms should guide economic interactions between citizens whenever possible. Sixth, the government must remove barriers and foster conditions for domestic entrepreneurs by ensuring investment security and creating a business-friendly environment. Seventh, controlling inflation requires fiscal discipline and the establishment of an independent central bank. Eighth, barriers to women's participation in the labor market must be eliminated. Ninth, productivity driven by enhancing human capital and adopting technology should fuel economic growth. Tenth and finally, Iran must rejoin the global economy and create conditions that attract foreign investment. There are existing international protocols, organizations, and fora that provide the framework for Iran to immediately and effectively re-enter the global marketplace, including the Financial Action Task Force, the International Budget Partnership, the International Labour Organization, the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, and the Stockholm Arbitration Institution. In order to rebuild our economy, restore prosperity, and revive our nation, Iran does not need to reinvent the wheel. But we do need to abide by the economic principles that have helped other countries and regions to achieve economic revitalization. In order to achieve that aim, both our people and basic practicality demands a roadmap for economic recovery and national reconstruction. It is for that reason that I am so pleased to be here for the unveiling of the first phase of the Iran Prosperity Project. This team of economists and subject matter experts are doing more than talking and philosophizing about Iran's economic woes. They are developing concrete and implementable solutions. As we have just heard, in the first phase of the project, which they have just completed, they have outlined the immediate financial and social stabilization plan for the first 100 days after the collapse of the Islamic Republic. Shortly, they will begin the second phase of the project, focused on the transition period and the necessarily political and legal stabilization, and the third phase focused on long-term economic reconstruction and investment opportunities. As IPP will undoubtedly document in the next phases of its work, Iran is perhaps the world's last significant frontier market. With 85 million extremely well-educated, young, talented people, it is yearning for investment and teeming with opportunity. Around the world and in all sectors, it is Iranians who are running some of today's greatest and most innovative companies. And these are not mere standouts. Iranians in the diaspora consistently rate among the highest educated and highest earning of any group. That natural ability, combined with the drive and desire of today's youth in Iran, who have been deprived of so many opportunities, can propel us to become one of the world's most advanced startup nations. We can turn our universities from centers for indoctrination of our youth and segregation of women into leading global research centers, using the ties of leading Iranian academics in the West with so many other brilliant academics, researchers, and scholars. Our vast nation, from the shores of the Caspian Sea to the meadows of Deilam, to the snow-capped peaks of Sabaland and Sahand in Azerbaijan, to the lush green mountains of Zagros in Kurdistan, to the plains of Baluchistan, to the Arvan River in Khuzestan, to the deserts of Khorasan and Kerman, to the coastal towns and villages of the Persian Gulf, Iran can become a hub for regional and international tourists. Of course, we need not turn our back on oil, natural gas, and petroleum industries. But instead of using it to fund terror, death, and destruction across the region, we can use it to invest in our people, rebuild our nation, and diversify our economy for the long term. Iran's greatest untapped resource isn't oil. It's the talent and drive of its people. And all of our people must be able to thrive. This economic recovery is of special importance for underserved areas of our country, from the Kurdistan province to Sistan and Baluchistan, Khuzestan, Nuristan, and Kermanshah. These provinces and the Iranians who call them home have for 45 years been denied the most fundamental economic opportunities. In a free Iran, that must not stand. Our national wealth and opportunities must serve all Iranians. Furthermore, disasters like the recent coal mine explosion at Tabas that killed at least 50 workers are all too frequent in Iran. Workers risk their lives on a daily basis, and yet they are denied the fundamental and basic dignity that their critical work demands and their efforts have earned. The reforms outlined in this project would prevent such crimes against Iranian workers. The necessity of this economic reconstruction is not just a matter of welfare for our citizens. It is a matter of security for our nation and stability for the region. It has been proven time and time again that governments that cannot provide the framework and opportunities for their citizens to thrive and prosper have been unable to sustain their democracies and their security. The plan being developed by IPP and our path to economic reconstruction are quite literally safeguards for the democracy we are striving to build. This, my friends, is the opportunity the future holds, both for Iranians and for the outside world. But first, the Islamic Republic must go. For in the past 2 decades, Iran has seen no measurable economic growth. This is simply not sustainable. That is why this plan and roadmap are so critical. As I said last week in my address at the IAC National Summit, we seek partnership with the world. That partnership is not limited just to the political realm. Iran when given the chance, will seek to again be a partner for investment, trade, and commerce. This is the path ahead of us. This is how we can rebuild our nation and renew our ties with the world. Not through the tired old drivel that Khamenei's henchman, Mr. Pezeshkian, has been sent to New York this week to deliver. Iran is not only ready for fundamental change, Iranians are risking their lives to bring it about. The time will come, and when it does, it will present a historic opportunity, an even greater responsibility for the Iranian diaspora. It is them, those of you gathered here today, that I would like to address in closing. In the aftermath of the Second World War and the Axis powers' destruction of Europe, the United States launched a Marshall Plan to rebuild the continent. Iran, too, after the destruction the Islamic Republic has wrought, will need a Marshall Plan. The fall of the Islamic Republic is not the end, but the beginning of Iran's renaissance. This is what I, along with experts and business leaders, am planning for and working to bring to fruition when the transition happens. Be it for Iranians inside the country, the diaspora, or global investors, after nearly 5 decades, Iran will be open for business again. This is a project not just to bring down the Islamic Republic. It is a project to build up Iran. Soon we will be able to rebuild our great nation together. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker. Our next panel, The Path to Peace from Abraham to Cyrus Accords, will discuss the potential for a secular democratic Iran to bring about the Cyrus Accords to foster cooperation and stability. Please join me in welcoming panelists Victoria Coates, Vice President for National Security at the Heritage Foundation, and Saeed Qasemnejad, Senior Iran and Economics Advisor at FTD. This panel will be moderated by Emily Schrader, an Israeli-American journalist for ILTV. Please join us in welcoming our speakers.
Hello, everyone. Difficult speech to follow, but we'll do our best here. Looking forward at the future. So as stated, we will be discussing the impact of the Abraham Accords and hopefully the future Cyrus Accords, something that, of course, would require a future secular democratic Iran, of course, in a broader regional peace framework. Such an agreement, as I'm sure all of you will agree, could really transform the entire Middle East, as well as the cooperation between Israel, Iran, and other Arab nations. So I want to start by asking a question that I'd love to actually hear a response from all of you on. What are the lessons that can be learned from the Abraham Accords that could be applied to the or a future Cyrus Accords?
should we go by height?
We can start with you. We can start with you.
From the wisest to the youngest.
Excellent. Thank you, Emily, and thank you to Nufdi for putting together this conference. Wonderful to be with Saeed and with Lisa, two dear friends, and thank you, Dr. Ganji and Cameron. I've recently learned that we have now an intern at Heritage who came to us from Nufdi, which would be the reverse of what my daughter did, which was go from Nufdi to Heritage. So I hope this helps us increase our coordination and cooperation. So, you know, we've been thinking so much about the Abraham Accords. In recent days, we had the 4th anniversary of the wonderful ceremony on the West Lawn of the White House on the 15th of September. And of course, we're looking at the anniversary of October 7th coming up in a couple of weeks, which is one of the more brutal outlashings by the Islamic Republic. And so, you know, what I think we can take from the success of the Trump era policies and, you know, getting to those historic peace deals is that this is possible. Even when we started the Trump administration, nobody thought that was possible. But, you know, as circumstances changed and the president began to think it was, you know, we went for it. So that can be done. And I'm sorry Len Kordakovsky isn't here with us today. Len and I've written about this. You know, the Cyrus Accords, very much in line with what the Crown Prince was just saying. This should be the offer to the people of Iran, that the United States is not your enemy, Israel is not your enemy. The three of us can form this extraordinarily strong trilateral relationship in security, yes, but also economics, technology, all the wonderful things at which our people excel, which is why we're sitting here on the stage together. So I think there are tremendous lessons learned there.
Thank you so much for having me. And as Victoria said, she and Len wrote about this extensively, and I had as Victoria said, she and Len wrote about this extensively, and I had both of them on my show days after the idea was conceived. And it was, you know, such a logical progression from the Abraham Accords. And from the Abraham Accords, we learned many things. One of the most important things was that it completely busted the myth that path of peace or prosperity in the Middle East is going to be, you know, what stands in the way or the obstacle is the peace between the Palestinians and the Israelis. And what the Trump White House was able to do is to bypass that and say, you know, we can leave that issue on the side, and we can focus on the evolution of the people of the Middle East. And the people of the Middle East showed us, not just through concept, not just through a piece of paper, which is what perhaps the JCPOA was, but actually through practice, that there can be private and public deals and relationships built between the people of the Middle East, and not through their governments, but really that people want prosperity. More than anything, they want to have better lives. They, you know, whether it's, you can, you know, credit social media or technology, or just moving on. You know, when I started, over 20 years ago at this point, writing and talking about things in the Middle East, I used to write about how I'm for sanctions in Iran. And so many Iranians would say, Vatan furush, tahrim bezarim mardom Iran. Yeah, are you gonna, they call me a sellout. Are you gonna sanction the people of Iran? How can you say that? But it has to be explained well. Why would we sanction the people of Iran? To actually get them a better life, to remove the regime. And now we see an evolution in the people of Iran who are calling for sanctions, who are calling for regime change. And we see this evolution within so many different societies. And the last thing I want to say is many people think that the Abraham Accords came about because of the Arab Spring, that it was a coming of age of the people in Arab nations. But the real Arab Spring was actually the Persian Spring of 2009, the Green Revolution, that actually told the world that the people of the Middle East, particularly led by the people of Iran, were ready for better lives, that they had outgrown from day one, but outgrown the patriarchal society or the dictatorial regimes that were leading them. And that's what led us to the Abraham Accords. So, you know, ergo, the last bottom line, it should have been the first step, is to remove the regime and to actually have a relationship, which the Cyrus Accords would really fortify, a relationship between the people of Iran and the rest of the world.
I'd like to thank Nufdi and thank all of you who are here. I know it's very difficult for you. It's my second appearance in like 1 hour. Believe me, it's 1 hour. Believe me, it's hard for me too. Wala Hazrat Yasmin and my wife, both of them have diagnosed me to be a little bit on a spectrum. So, so it's difficult for me to. I think what we have learned from the Abraham Accord is that if you think outside the box, you will have success. And I really hope that we take that lesson and employ it and enforce it on Iran policy. We really need to enforce it. And if we do that, I think a lot of good things that can happen. As the regime in Iran is quite weak now, and if we really go for a policy of regime change, not through military intervention, but through max pressure, max support, max defection, the regime in Iran can fall very quickly, very easily, and then the Middle East will be a much better place, and it would also help the U.S. general policy in the world. A lot of people talked about the pivot to Asia, but if you have the regime in Iran in the Middle East, dominating the Middle East, how can you pivot to Asia? Because the regime in Iran, Putin's Russia, and the Communist Party in China, that's the new axis of tyranny. So my hope is that we take that lesson from the Abraham Accord and really use it for our Iran policy.
Now, we know that the Iranian people largely reject the propaganda of the Islamic Republic and this obsessive hatred and focus on the state of Israel. But what challenges do you think might arise in negotiating or implementing the Cyrus Accords? And more specifically, do you think that October 7th and what happened has set that further back, or perhaps even made it, come closer because of what we're seeing in the world kind of waking up? I'll start with you, Victoria.
Okay. I think I'd go off of something Saeed just said, which, is the very bad problems environmentally, economically, socially in Iran right now means they're not 100 feet high. But at the same time, they are receiving this backing from China. And China is inserting itself into the Iranian infrastructure in ways big and small. They are the primary architects of the very repressive regime that's being used to control the Iranian people through the internet, communications, all sorts of different, the besiege, all sorts of different tools that they're using. Those are largely Chinese imports. And so when and if we have this opportunity, we all pray for that Iran has new leadership that is more interested in peace than in destroying Israel, more interested in prosperity than chanting death to America. In this happy event, we're going to have a great deal of work to do just so we can simply talk to each other in a secure way, because China's not going to give this up lightly. I think China is thrilled with the progress they've made over the last 3.5 years, cementing these new relationships. Their relationship with North Korea, well known, and I actually consider North Korea a wholly owned subsidiary of the People's Republic. But Russia and Iran, to be this clearly out in the open and then facilitating the transactions between Russia and Iran, particularly for nuclear technology and weapon systems, is a huge problem. So I think one of the things we have to start thinking about is how do we extricate physically Iran from the grips of China? Who knows what kind of financial arrangements have been made? So that was something I would flag.
Lisa, did you want to add anything?
Sure. I actually want to talk about, Iran, the regime's being behind October 7th, not just militarily, but in terms of the propaganda war, and really taking advantage of that here in the United States, in not just the media, but when you look at the college campus protests, we know that the regime is behind that as well. And in that, the irony of it obviously being that they are supporting the useful idiots, the college students that are willing to carry a Hamas or Hezbollah flag here, but then college students back in Iran are not allowed to protest. And if they do, they risk their lives for it. And we try to, underscore this juxtaposition. But the reason I bring this up is because the Iran regime knew the value of the Abraham Accords, and they were fearful that Saudi Arabia was going to be next, and they will be next. October 7th is a small, visual obstacle in the timeline of the Abraham Accords, because the Abraham Accords proved geopolitically and in terms of the relationships that were built how it will be the future of the Middle East. I did a documentary on the women life freedom movement inside Iran, and one of the scenes that we portrayed in that documentary was that in the middle of a university they put the flags of America and Israel, and they wanted the students to walk over it. 99.9% of the students walked around it. They wouldn't step on the Israeli flag or the American flag. Remember, from day one, 45 years ago, they came in. Khomeini said, we have two enemies, the big Satan, America, the little Satan, Israel, the Zionist project of America. The Iranian people are savvy. They have woken up to this. So October 7th, I think, will just be an obstacle. Even the Saudis have said, Prince Salman came out and said, my life is on the line. I get death threats, but I'm still interested in normalizing relations with Israel. So I think the time is ripe. And I think a lot of people, both inside Iran, looking at the Cyrus Accords, and in the other moderate Arab states and Saudi Arabia, are looking towards the future, and the continuation of the Abraham Accords and the Cyrus Accords will be the way of the future for the Middle East.
I believe that the very tragic event of October 7 actually forced Israel to liberate itself from the shackles which have been put by the West, especially the United States on it. And over the last year, it has actually shown to us that the regime in Tehran and its proxies and partners are quite weak. So Israel almost has destroyed Hamas. It has been really battering Hezbollah, and Hezbollah is not responding. And it showed to everyone, the regime right now it's really in a strategic impasse. It showed to everyone that the missile program that they spend tons of money on it's really nothing if they don't have chemical or nuclear weapon installed on it. They couldn't even target one strategic target in Israel. And the reason that they are not doing anything now is that they know it. And Israel over the last week showed that. So we thought, okay, the regime in Tehran cannot do anything from Iranian soil. Hezbollah is going to do something. And Hezbollah cannot do anything. We have seen that over the last few days. And I think that tragic event actually, the only good thing that came out of it was to really help Israel to release itself from those shackles. And those shackles have been put, unfortunately, by Europe and the United States.
Well, the good news is that Hezbollah is having a very bad week. So may they have many more bad weeks in the future. Saeed, I wanted to ask you, we know that the Abraham Accords has brought about $2.5 billion in trade between Abraham Accords countries and the state of Israel. I'm wondering if you could speak a little bit about the potential economic and strategic benefits of the Cyrus Accords. What would that look like, and how can it benefit Israel, Iran, and all of the Middle East?
I think the benefit to Israel, Iran, and the Middle East is quite evident. The regime in Tehran is actually the main problem in the region. So all the bad things that are happening, most of them are caused because of the regime in Iran. Even the Sunni jihadist groups, they have been inspired by what happened in 1979. Because the 1979 was the first time that they all saw that they can have a government, they can control the state. So they learned a lot from it. But I want to make mention something about how it benefits the United States if the regime in Iran falls and if you have the Cyrus Accord. So the United States is the global superpower. It's a global hegemon. The main thing that anything global, and being a global hegemon is actually helping us. It has its cost, but why is the US dollar is the currency of the world? It's because we are the global superpower. If we are not, the British found out that very quickly, that if you are not the global superpower, your currency is worth nothing. So the task of a global superpower is not to allow unfriendly regional hegemon rise. You have the regime in Iran wants to dominate the Middle East. You have Russia wants to dominate Eastern Europe, and you have China wants to dominate Eastern Asia. Iran is the weakest part of this axis of tyranny. It's really ready to fall. So if it falls, everyone correctly says we need to do a pivot to Asia. So if the regime in Tehran falls, you can actually pivot to Asia and to Russia a lot easier. And the second important benefit that we will have is in the war on terror. So the regime in Tehran is financing all these terrorist groups, a lot of them Shia, some of them are Sunni, like Al-Qaeda. And if it falls, the new regime in Tehran won't do that, and it actually will be a partner. And because you will have a trove of information of what they have done, it's much easier to, fight these radical Islamist terrorist groups.
Victoria, do you have anything to add about how it might benefit the United States to have the Cyrus Accords?
Oh, I think it would be a massive benefit to the United States. I think the trade that has been achieved so far under the Abraham Accords would be dwarfed by what could potentially happen if Iran entered into the group. Because bear in mind, part of the trade, the positive trade numbers that have recently been reported, that encompasses a year of war in which that kind of trade was extremely difficult, but it kept going. And, in these very dark and turbulent times, and this has all been very, very hard to watch for the last year, one of the things that's given me significant hope is that the Abraham Accords have endured and even grown a little bit. And visiting with the UAE ambassador to Israel when I was there in July, a very hopeful moment. The fact that the Arab street has been rather remarkable for its calm over the last year. We've had much more protest and foment here in the United States than we've had in the Arab world. And so, I think that shows the durability and potential of these things. But to add a country of the scale and resources of Iran into the mix, and the cultural history. And I was having a conversation last night about the kind of tourism that we could put together, between these countries, which have historically been stovetiped. So the upside is huge. The United States would participate in that as both a leader and as a partner. But I think it would be massively in our best interests if for no other reason than a terrible irritant for almost 50 years would be removed.
Lisa, is there anything you wanted to add about the potential benefits for the Middle East or for the United States?
Sure. I'm almost done with my PhD in this arena, but I will quote something my grandmother told me when I was 4 or 5 years old. And I said to her, چرا انقلاب کردن? Why did the Iranian people cause a revolution? And in one sentence, she said to me, because the West never wanted Israel and Iran to work together. And that really has stayed with me for such a long time. The Cyrus Accords would only be putting together such a natural and organic relationship that has always existed in the Middle East. Two modern, progressive countries that value women, that value human rights, that value prosperity and the economy, and how much we could get from that. To go back to your earlier question, did October 7th really deter the future of the Cyrus Accords or Abraham Accords? No, it made the case for it. It is absolutely the October 7th. October 7th has a very different perspective in the Arab world. Yes, they will talk about how they support the Palestinians' rights. But do they want to inherit that problem? No. They see it as either you're for terrorism or you're against terrorism. They may not be Zionists, but they don't want terrorists on their soil. And that's exactly why the way of the future of the Middle East will be through that prosperity and to stop the Iran regime from marching forward in the region.
I would love to get an answer from all three of you on this question. How can the international community support the expansion of the Abraham Accords and, of course, eventually the Cyrus Accords as well? I'll start with you.
I think there's a great deal that can be done in terms of vocalizing support for the Iranian people and then doing non-kinetic things to give them the ability to communicate. So, we have the horrible missed opportunity of 2009 and the deliberate decision of the then Obama administration not to assist because they had already decided that they were going to work with the regime in Tehran and this was going to be their path towards diplomatic engagement. So that regime needed to stay in place. And to have millions of people pouring into the street crying for liberty was a little bit inconvenient. So that, looking back at that and what that could have meant is daunting, but we want to try not to miss these opportunities again. And so one of the things that I would hope if there were a new American administration that was more interested in this kind of work that we would really focus on is how do we export free speech? How do we give the folks in Iran who want to coordinate, who want to peacefully change their government, how do we give them those tools? This should not be beyond our means. If we can pipe internet into Ukraine during a war, we should be able to it's a little bit more complicated for Iran, but we know it can be done. And it's easier now than it would have been 4 or 5 years ago. So figure out how you do these things that are not bombing Iran. I think one of the hard lessons for the United States is that imposing democracy militarily is an uphill climb. But when the people within a country want democracy and are taking matters into their own hands, for heaven's sakes, at least get out of their way. And give them some tools that can help and support them. So that would be my feeling about it.
I'm just going to continue where Victoria left off. Not give the, not to usher off, not give the, not to usher in political Islam as a viable government. We let the Taliban in Afghanistan. We look at Hamas in Gaza. 45 years ago, President Carter helped usher in this Islamic regime in Iran, toppling the Shah. I think these are huge mistakes. This is either a naivete or by design. We don't have time for that on this panel, but you guys have your own opinions, I'm sure. It has to be, the rhetoric and the deterrence has to start at the podium at the White House. We can't, in a previous panel, he talked about, stopping the Houthis in the Red Sea. That's too late. Why are they shooting at us to begin with? In very indirect ways, there was, we funded October 7th. During the Trump administration, there were actual charity boxes in Lebanon in the supermarkets to raise money for Hezbollah. Imagine from that going from October 8th, putting, thousands of missiles into northern Israel from southern Lebanon. Look, it has to be the policy of the White House. We know exactly what needs to be done. We know that the region is ripe for it. And again, I'll say this so many times because it's such a crazy thought to believe that the people inside Iran understand the need for this type of policy in the Middle East more than the people in the White House do. And that's an absolutely crazy, it is, it's absolutely crazy. So there are a lot of useful idiots here that are doing the work of the mullahs right here in Washington, D.C.
I think we need to do max pressure, max support, max defection. There are things that we can do. Max pressure, for example, or since Biden took power, Tehran has exported 1.75 billion barrels of oil. That's, if you consider a 50% discount, that's like $122 billion. And their non-oil export actually reached its highest level since 1979. So basically, right now there is really no sanction. They don't enforce it. So we need to have that back. Zarif is on sanction list, and he's really not, he's not a foreign minister anymore. Why is he here? So they could easily tell him, we won't let you. That's another type of max pressure. The regime in Tehran has all these proxies. They are shooting at us in the Middle East, and we really don't respond. It's not that we can't. It's that we don't want to do it. So if you actually respond to them, that's the type of max pressure on them that we have seen Israel is doing it. And Israel is much weaker than the United States. And Israel is not paying a high price for actually responding to them. Israel paid a high price when it didn't respond to them. So that's the max pressure. FDD has a long list of what to do on max pressure. The second part is max support. FDD and Nufdi together put memos on that. One, what Victoria said about like communication, that's very important. The other one, what Lisa said, you need to show support. Rhetorical support should come from the top. So the previous administration was very good at that. This administration, you know, they have actually, so they had a very good, the previous administration had a very good social media operation. This new administration came in, literally destroyed it. So when you look at the reach, they literally destroyed it. There are tons of things that we can do on max support. You can go and read our memo. I don't want to take your time. And then you need to do max affection. You need to help those people who want to defect from the regime, vet them, and then connect them to opposition so they can work together to bring down the regime. What we do now is that the people who are in the regime and they are loyal to the regime, we help them to bring their money out. We help them to infiltrate all of our institutions, and we help them to lobby for the regime. So if we change those things, I think, as I said, the regime is very weak these days. And its fall is not something it's not impossible. I think it's very possible that if we do these things, if we help the Iranian people, the regime can fall very easily.
I just wanted to add one quick thing I learned today. We were honored to host the governor of Alaska, Mike Dunleavy, for an energy discussion and a lunch. And one of the things he told us is that the current administration has leveled 66 punitive actions against the state of Alaska for energy production, which is significantly more than all of the actions that they've leveled on the Islamic Republic of Iran. So, I mean, that's where they're putting their maximum pressure. You can tell by the numbers. And the governor has a card with the 66 actions if you're interested.
Shifting gears just a little bit, obviously the Islamic Republic has been very active even in recent months in the disinformation campaign, and radicalization in general is something that they actively promote, in particular on U.S. campuses as of late. I wanted to ask you, given that the Abraham Accords had such an element of de-radicalization in some of these Arab countries, I mean, we have Holocaust education that was introduced into curriculum for the first time in some of these countries. How can de-radicalization, what part will that play in the Cyrus Accords, and how can that help advance peace regionally and globally? I'll start with you, Lisa.
Okay. What's interesting is that de-radicalization has to happen here first and then move to the Middle East. What's happened in the Middle East over the last decade is de-radicalization. You see, a lot more among people, I should say, not, the regimes are different. But I think there's such a profound, and I think my co-panelists alluded to it as well, influence campaign by the regime. And I said this at a talk the other night, and I'll say it here. You see other philanthropists, whether they're Jewish or American, or Swedish, or whatever they are, when they give money to a university, they put their name on the outside of the building. When you see the Chinese, the Qataris, the Iran regime, what do? They go inside the building. They want to control minds. They want to control hearts. They want to control the chairman. They want to control which professors get hired. I know this because I had a front seat at the jihadification of America for the last 20 years. At Rutgers University, I was a Middle Eastern Studies major. That's where they start, in the Middle Eastern Studies departments, because there are many useful idiots there. Then I went on to get my master's in journalism. Where do they go next? The journalism schools, of course. These are the future journalists that will be controlling the newsrooms and therefore controlling the media. It's unbelievable what goes on in America, and it hasn't just been since October 7th. I used to be an undercover investigative reporter, and I used to wear my keffiyeh and go on college campuses when they would have these jihadi speakers. And a series of talks that I attended undercover was in the UC school system, UC Irvine, UCLA, where they would actually, and again, I say UC, why? Because these are taxpayer-funded state schools. And they would have jihadi speakers stand in the middle of campus telling the students to cause jihad, to raise jihad against America. This is maybe 10, 12 years ago. We tried to bring this to the attention of the schools. The schools didn't want to hear it. They filed it away as either they don't want to deal with it or it's free speech, right? It's free speech. Fast forward, it's not surprising to me that we now have Hezbollah and Hamas flags on U.S. campuses. The jihadis, the Iran regime, this element, the Qataris, they have been working at it for 20 years. It's just many of us that have just woken up since October 7th and really give credit to, oh, it's October 7th, it's what's going on because of the war. No, it's not because of the war. This is an influence campaign. There are people working in the Pentagon at this moment who have security clearance and send emails to Jawad Zarif saying, what can I do for you? It was brought to the attention of the government and they said, we're okay with it. Then there was more pressure and they said, we're going to look into it. She still has security clearance and she still works for the Pentagon. This is a problem. This is a problem. And until we correct this radicalization inside America, we're not going to fix anywhere else or be involved in the Middle East. The Middle East might go on without us. And I think that's a nod to the Cyrus Accords and why it's so important for the people of the Middle East to go forward. And hopefully the United States under the new administration will wake up to their senses about where we should be going.
Saeed, you have anything you want to add?
I'm going to be careful. I don't want to be FOIA'd and sued again. So, but I agree with Lisa. I think we need to radicalize our own universities here, our own institutions here. And as far as the Iranian people are concerned, I think they have been de-radicalized a lot over the last 45 years. The majority of Iranian, I mean, not the small minority who are radical Islamists or radical leftists. And you heard like 15 years ago, they chanted no to Gaza, no to Lebanon, I give my life for Iran. And they just chanted, shove the flag of Palestine up here. And in between, they have been chanting, I'm not defending it, I'm reporting it, that they have been chanting death to Palestine. So that's the result of what the regime has done. That's the result of, if you go back to the history of the Islamic Revolution, who was the first foreign dignitary who came to Iran? Yasser Arafat. And he has been embraced by all the factions of the Islamic Revolution, supporters of Khomeini, backers of Mossadegh, members of the Marxist Bedayan, members of the Islamist Marxist Mujahideen Khalq, MEK. And so Iranians see that. Iranians know that this Palestinian terrorists, actually, if you can go back to history, what these groups themselves wrote. The Palestinian terrorists played a very significant role. It's not conspiracy theories. The books that these groups themselves wrote trained the radical Islamists and radical Marxists who actually led the Islamic Revolution, connected them to the Soviet Union, to Gaddafi, to Assad, and then promoted them. So that's why, that's one of the reasons that the Iranian people right now are so much philo-Semitic, unlike their own regime. And there are other reasons, like if you go back to our history, go back, like Iran have been living in Iran for more than 2,000 years. So we have a very ancient bond between the Iranian people and the Jewish people. And what you have seen over the last 4 decades, it's not in our DNA. This is something that happened because of the action of what the Shah of Iran called the Black and Red Alliance, the radical Islamists and the radical leftists. And that's what you actually see today in the United States. You see it in Europe. So they are coming for you now.
Well, I'd like to very much associate myself with both of my colleagues' comments. I mean, what's going on here, you know, if there's a silver lining to October 7th, it's that it's been revealed and the scope and the scale of it cannot be denied. And that it's a huge problem we have to get after. I wanted to make a little bit of a tangential point, though, about de-radicalization that has to take place, and that is with the Palestinians. You notice, I mean, there has been this effort to differentiate between the Palestinians and Hamas, and then you've gotten the fact that the international community, led by the United Nations, one additional sort of blight on their reputation is the institutionalization of radicalization that has taken place under UNRWA now for decades. And that is what produces October 7th for decades. And that is what produces October 7th. You don't make 1,500 people that vicious simultaneously without working on it for some time. That's a big project. And so there's a reason the Egyptians won't even take the women and children from Gaza. They're like, absolutely not. The Jordanians, absolutely not. The reason for that is that the entire population is severely radicalized. It's a disease, it's a sickness. Now, there is good news in that, as we were saying, there have been very strong de-radicalization programs, particularly after 9/11 in, say, Saudi Arabia, also in Morocco. And Morocco, an Abraham Accords country, stands by ready and willing to try to help. And given the king's position in Islam, that is a position of authority that could carry some weight with them. And this would be a generational change, and it would be a lot of work. But I think for those who claim to support the Palestinian cause, this is the only thing that will save these people from this endless cycle of violence and misery. And that would be the project I would hope we could look at.
I know we have some questions from the audience, so is there anyone who would like to ask? We have a couple more minutes.
We have one question from the audience that was submitted. This is to Said specifically, or to anyone else in the panel who'd like to answer. What action items for maximum support specifically should be a priority and can gain support from Congress to introduce legislation?
I think the communication is very important, very easy. It's hardware. It's being taken care of to a certain degree right now in Iran through market mechanism. So you have these Starlink devices being used in Iran. As more and more these devices are going to be used, I think there may be Starlink may feel it's going to have problem with the U.S. government, with the OFAC. So I think that's something we need to think about right now. The other one is if we can actually enforce our sanctions, then use the revenue. It has happened in some instances that the U.S. government confiscated these tankers, then sold it. So the suggestion is let's use this revenue to fund, for example, a labor strike fund. So if we want to bring down the regime, having labor strikes, it's something very useful. It can really, if you can actually have fund 4 to 6 months of labor strikes in key strategic sectors, it becomes much more easier to bring down this regime. And we are not saying that the U.S. taxpayer should fund that. Let's enforce the sanctions, use it to fund this. I think these are two items that can be done. There are a lot more really using the rhetorical support coming from the top. It doesn't have really any cost. So these are as I said, these would be my top 3 for now.
Thank you very much to our panelists, Victoria, Said, Lisa, and Emily. We now welcome to a very much needed but brief 10-minute coffee break. Thank you.
First time in my life, and often yeah. Yep. That's exactly
خب درود دوستان، خسته نباشید. لایو کنفرانس نفتی، کنفرانس ایران بود در واشنگتن دی سی که امروز همکنون داشتن لایوش رو پخش میکردن. همکنون در جریان کنفرانس. تا اینجای قضیه فقط توضیح بدم که دو تا پنل داشتن. پنل اولشون آقای مهرداد خانسارنیا بودن، آقای سعید قاسمی نژاد، آقای محمد، فامیل ایشون رو من فراموش کردم، و آقای شروین پیشور که در مورد اون طرح اقتصادی بعد از دوره گذار صحبت کردن، جذب سرمایه و اینها، که خود آقای شروین پیشور هم از کارآفرینانه. راجع به اون صحبت کردن. ما بین پنل دوم و اول شاهزاده رضا پهلوی سخنرانی داشتن که اونم اشاره به همین مسئله اقتصادی و دوره گذار و طرح پیش رو بود که اونم براتون پخش کردیم. این پنل دومم که در رابطه با به اصطلاح در واقع امکان یک حکومت سکولار دموکرات در ایران و جلوگیری از اسلام رادیکال بود که خانوم ویکتوریا دوتس که ایشون وایس پرزیدنت هریتیج فاندیشن بودن، خانوم لیزا دفتری که در حقیقت منشی دسک روابط خارجی خود نفتی بودن، خانم امیلی شریدر که حتما میشناسید، و مجدد آقای سعید قاسمی نژاد. حالا من نمیدونم تا اینجای کار، نمیدونم برنامهش چی بوده. الهام صحبتی داری که یا ادامهش رو پخش کنم برای دوستان؟ من حالا دوستانی که گفتن که ترجمه، واقعیت دیگه ما فقط خواستیم اصلش رو پخش کنیم، میخواستیم روی ترجمه توضیحات بدیم، ولی تقریبا مباحث کاملا مشخص بود دیگه. حالا اونایی که یه مقداری مثل من انگلیسیشون دست باز شکسته است دیگه کامل معلوم بود. الهام جان هستی شما؟
بله بله، من الان اومدم. مرسی مرسی.
خب
ببین،
الان
ترجمه که امکان پذیر نیست، من که شما وقتی مایکت بازه من که صحبت کنم اکو میکنه. حالا
اوکی.
الان فکر کنم که اردلان، فکر میکنم، نمیدونم الان برگ یعنی چی. برگ آیا
این
فلفله؟
این
آه.
برگ است، برگ تحفه درویش، یعنی ما مخلص
اوکی اوکی
شماییم.
اوکی، نه قربان شما. مرسی
خب
آقای
نمیدونم
مازیار.
الان ادامهش رو میخوای پخش کنیم؟
10 دقیقه آخه بین اینها. من میخواستم فقط صحبت خود رضاشاه دوم بذارم و بقیه رو دوستان لایوش هست دیگه، خودشون میتونن برن گوش بدن. منتها شما دیگه بقیه‌اش هم پخش کردی که خیلی هم خوبه، البته برای اینکه اطلاعات خیلی خوبی رو در اختیار گذاشتن. حالا نمیدونم اگه میخوای بقیه‌اش رو پخش کنی، من خودم قصدم این بود که فقط صحبت‌های رضاشاه دوم پخش کنم راستشو بخوای. میدونی چی میگم؟ برای اینکه فکر میکنم که هنوز یه دو ساعت شاید حداقل مونده. نه من بازم نمیدونم، از کجول نگاه نکردم. فکر میکنم یه 2 ساعتی مونده از صحبت ها. درست میگم یا نه؟
بله. خب کنفرانس 2 روزه است، امروز و فرداست. امروز اولش بود، فردا هم هست. پنل
خب
دارن راجع به مسائل مختلف شد، ولی خیلی نکات، من چند تا نکاتش رو تو ذهنم مونده، میتونیم راجبش صحبت کنیم. خب این فکر کنم تا بعد از ظهر تا غروب ادامه داره کنفرانسشون. ولی میخوای اگر که من فکر میکنم بتونی الان ترجمه سخنرانی شهریار ایران زمین رو پیدا بکنی بذاری الان اونو، میخوای؟ فکر کنم الان وقت استراحتشون باشه، چون من الان میبینم
آره،
که
یه 10 دقیقه رفتن زنگ تفریح الان.
اوکی. خب میخوای
آره.
اگه اونو داری پیدا کردی یا دوستان دارن بذارن تو چت رو، ما اونو پخش کنیم ترجمهشو. بذار من ببینم شاید پیدا بکنم
باشه،
روی
من دارم میگردم دنبالش. اگر کسی دیگه هم پیدا کرد بگه.
این. نکته که جالب بود راجع به پیمان کوروش بود. فقط یکی از نکات، میگم نکات خیلی زیاد بود، مباحثشون در مورد مسئله اقتصادی بود بعدم که اومدن ولی این ارتباط پیمان کوروش و پیمان ابراهیم یه چیزی بود که اگرم تو این لینک بخونید، یه طرحیه که 2 تا از مشاوران پرزیدنت ترامپ دادن برای رفع خصومت بین دول اسرائیل و امریکا و ایران. در واقع یک پیمان کوروشی که خب ما بهش نیاز داریم دیگه، این طرف اپوزیسیون. اینو اگه خواستید یه مطالعه روش داشته باشید و بعدم حالا اگر خواستیم ادامه میدیم. جناب مازیار فرزان پریسای عزیز، اردلان دوستانم هندریز بازه، ولی ما گفتیم که حالا ما اتاقمون که ادامه داره، در ادامه میتونیم شنونده دوستان باشیم دیگه، نقطه نظراتشون رو بگن. ولی بذارید من ببینم میتونم ترجمه سخنرانی مختصر شاهزاده رو پیدا بکنم. فکر میکنم آماده باشه الان.
من پیدا نکردم.
دو نکته از سبک سخنان رضا پهلوی خیلی ارزشمند بود مانند همیشه. یکی این که برای احیای اقتصاد ایران 8-7 مورد رو برشمردن و وقتی که اینو میفرمودن مانند یه ستسمن، فردی که کشوردار ایرانبان هست، نکاتی که میگفتن شعاری نبود، عملی بود و مشخصا در مورد چگونگی احیای استانهای ایران بود. نکته دوم این که یک ستیتسمن، فردی که خودش رو کشوردار میدونه، به فردی که رئیس جمهور ظاهری هست توهین نمیکنه. بهش گفت مستر پزشکیان هنچمن، یعنی بزن بهادر خامنه‌ای. اول گفت مستر پزشکیان ولی گفت هنچمن، یعنی بزن بهادر خامنه‌ای. این کار پادشاه به راستی شاهکار بود.
خب دوستان، من ترجمه رو از روی اینترنشنال پیدا کردم براتون پخش میکنم. سخنرانی کوتاهی داشتن شهریار ایران زمین شاهزاده رضا پهلوی در کنفرانس ایران که به توسط نفتی برگزار شده. اینو براتون پخش میکنم و بعد حالا اگه دوستان تمایل داشتن صحبت کنن، پریسا شما هم همینطور، دوستان عزیزم دیگه هم تا فرصت هست
مرسی، من شنونده هستم. بعدم میتونید صحبت کنیم. شاید اصلا بهتره کنفرانس ها رو گوش بکنیم، بعد یه روز دیگه اتاقی واسه ترجمه هم زده باشه. ولی این مال چیز رضا شاه رو حتما گوش میکنیم.
بله خب هستم در خدمتتون. پس
داشته های طبیعی ما رو هدر داده و ما رو در بازار انرژی که در اون اول بودیم عقب انداخته. ما 50 سال پیش تولید کننده عمده انرژی بودیم و الان نقش عمده‌ای ندارن. فاسدانی که سود بردن از این شرایط در حالی بوده که بسیاری رنج کشیدن ولی همچنان امید باقی است. و البته بیشتر از این هم وجود داره. برعکس خمینی، من هیچ قولی برای اتوبوس، آب و برق گاز مجانی نمیدهم. ولی چیزی که من در عوض اینجا ارائه میکنم این است که با اقتصاددانان موفق و صاحبان کسب کار موفق گفتگو خواهد شد و استفاده میشه از دانش اونها و کردیم برای اینکه بتونیم اصولی رو داشته باشیم که بتونیم اقتصاد رو در ایران دموکرات بر مبنای اون بنا بکنیم. اول سیاست‌های اقتصادی بایستی بر اساس اعتماد به شهروندان باشه و اینکه تصمیمات برای شهروندان گرفته بشه و دوم اینکه دولت بایستی فرصت‌هایی رو برای همه شهروندان برای رفاه اونها ایجاد بکنه و رشد اونها. سوم سیاست‌ها بایستی توانمند بکنه افراد رو که اونها مبتکر باشن و بر اساس دانش و توانایی خودشون عمل بکنن و همینطور چهارم اینکه احترام گذاشته بشه به مالکیت شخصی و دخالت در اون صورت نگیره. پنجم اینکه مکانیزم‌های بازار بایستی هدایت بکنه تعاملات اقتصادی رو میان شهروندان هر وقت که امکان اون وجود داره. ششم دولت بایستی موانع رو از بین ببره و شرایط رو ایجاد بکنه برای کارآفرینان محلی و داخلی که بتونن سرمایه‌گذاری رو جذب بکنن و شرایطی رو فراهم بکنن که برای کسب و کار مناسب هست. هفتم کنترل تورم نیازمند نظم مالی هست و همینطور ایجاد یک بانک مرکزی مستقل. هشتم موانع برای حضور زنان در بازار اشتغال باید از بین برود. 9 مولد بودن بر اساس نیروی انسانی هست و همینطور به کارگیری فناوری که اینها بایستی کمک بکنه به رشد اقتصادی. دهم و در نهایت ایران بایستی بپیونده به اقتصاد جهانی و شرایطی رو ایجاد بکنه که جذب بکنه سرمایه‌گذاری‌های خارجی رو.
are existing international protocols
پروتکل‌های بین‌المللی و سازمان‌ها و انجمن‌های وجود داره که چارچوب لازم رو ایجاد می‌کنه، فراهم می‌کنه که ایران سریعاً بتونه وارد بازار جهانی و انگلیس بشه، من جمله کارگروه مالی و همینطور شراکت بین‌المللی مالی و همینطور سازمان جهانی کار، آژانس‌های سرمایه‌گذاری و همینطور انستیتوی استکهلم در حوزه میانجیگری. برای اینکه اقتصاد ما دوباره رونق بگیره و بازیابی بشه، ایران نیازمند این نیست که دوباره چرخ رو اختراع بکنه، ولی ما احتیاج داریم که بر اساس اصول اقتصادی رفتار بکنیم که بقیه کشورها کمک کرده در منطقه برای اینکه دستاوردهای بازیابی اقتصادی داشته باشند. برای اینکه به اون هدف برسیم، هم مردم و بایستی نیازمند این هستند که یک نقشه راهی برای بازیابی اقتصادی و بازسازی ملی وجود داشته باشه و همین دلیل هست که من بسیار خوشحال هستم که اینجا باشم برای صحبت از اولین برنامه رفاه ایران. این تیم اقتصاد دانان و متخصصان فقط صحبت نمی کنند در مورد اقتصاد ایران، اونها بهبود میبخشند و ایجاد میکنند راه حل‌های لازم رو که قابل اجرا هست. همینطور که شنیدیم در اولین فاز این پروژه اونها اشاره کردند به برنامه‌های ثبات مالی در 100 روز اول بعد از سقوط جمهوری اسلامی اشاره کردند. بعد از اونها فاز دوم پروژه را آغاز میکنن که متمرکز است بر روی دوران گذار و ایجاد ثبات قانونی و سیاسی و سومین فاز بر روی بازسازی اقتصادی بلند مدت و فرصت‌های سرمایه‌گذاری متمرکز است. همونطور که IPP مسترک کرده در دومین فاز کار خودش، ایران آخرین هست در این بازار و
ببخشید من سریع و سریع ترجمه پیدا کردم. اون قسمتی که از خمینی نقل کرد شاهزاده که گفته که اقتصاد مال خرست و سانسورش کرده بود ایران اینترنشنال ظاهرا. این هم نکته قابل توجه بود. گفته دیگه، حرفی که زده دیگه سانسور نداره دیگه، حرف زده، ایشون هم از اون نقل قول کرد دیگه. چرا سانسور میکنین یه تیکر بعدشون میاد یه عده پالیسیتونه. خیلی جالب بود اینم
حذفش کردش، من توجه
آره
نکردم.
دیگه ترجمه نکرد.
اوه واو.
ترجمه نکرد. الهام جان من یه تلفن دارم بعد بگیرم،
خب
لطفاً
چیکار
اداره
بکنم؟
اتاق داشته باش تا چند
خواهش.
دقیقه، ممنونت میشم.
باشه الان کی برمیگردن اونا میدونی؟ رو لایف هستی؟
بذار من الان دوباره چک کنم ببینم که در چه وضعیه. فکر کنم الان لایف دارن. بذار من
خب
الان
بذار
یه
من میرم الان
لحظه.
گیرش میرم. باش
بله لایوش برگشته. الهام اگه میخوای پخش
اوکی
کن.
باش من پاسخ لینکش اوکی من الان گیر میارم.
لینکشو میذارم تو چت الان.
باشه برمیدارم از اونجا.
بفرم. الان دارم راجع به اونا بسیم اینجا توخه بشکن فوش هست بعد میتونیم.
نه برنگشتن.
In a post-colonialism anywhere in the world. For decades, Tehran has cultivated a network of terror proxies across the Middle East who are bound together by a shared ideology of anti-Jewish racism. And it rests on a few key planks: dehumanizing Israelis, rationalizing anti-Semitism, and working actively, relentlessly, unapologetically to destroy the Jewish state. This hatred, this animus, was an animating element of the Islamic Revolution as framed by Khomeini. The clerical leaders who cling to this mantle, still today, they hold on to these genocidal objectives in order to sustain the fraud of their empty, impotent revolution. But the results are real. A bloody trail of deadly acts and foiled plots against Israeli interests and Jewish sites all around the world. The globe is littered with the debris of their designs. From Argentina to Bulgaria, Colombia to France, Sweden to India, Thailand to right here in the United States. And of course, the regime has been the main sponsor of Hamas, the Palestinian chapter of the Muslim Brotherhood, for decades. The brutality we saw on October the 7th was straight out of the Islamic Republic's playbook. They saw the rape of women, the slaughtering of seniors, the torture of children, the annihilation of communities, the kidnapping of innocent civilians, and they cheered. While Israel battles Iran's proxies across the region, right now, we at ADL are committed to do what we can right here to play our part in this fight. That's why this summer ADL took legal action against the Islamic Republic of Iran. And we filed a landmark federal lawsuit on behalf of 180 American citizens who were affected by the massacre on 10/7. We've assembled an all-star legal team that has won these kinds of cases before. And let me tell you as clear as I can, and if you take away one thing from my remarks, let it be this: that ADL will do everything in our power to demonstrate how the Islamic Republic, along with Syria and North Korea, provided material support to Hamas to commit their atrocities. We will make that case, and we will win. Now, some people might ask, they might say, well, who cares? Do you think the mullahs in Tehran are interested in what happens in federal court just down the street here in D.C.? But it matters. It does matter. And let me explain why. First, in a world in which 10/7 denialism took hold almost immediately after the attack, we hope this case will set the record straight about Hamas's heinous brutality, perpetrated with the direct support of Iran and other state sponsors of terror. Second, in a world in which and where Jewish pain is too often erased, I believe this case has the promise of bringing some measure of justice. When we win this $4 billion lawsuit, and again, we will win, we will be able to provide the families with some degree of compensation, despite the fact that they lost everything. It certainly won't fill the holes in their lives I don't think anything can do that, but we still want justice. And finally, for those, certainly not in this room, not here today, but for those who defend the despotic regime in Tehran, for those who downplay its destructive role in the world, or who try to sugarcoat what they do, we will prove in court definitively, with evidence, the role that they played, and bind this regime to the history books so that history will know that they were behind one of the most barbaric acts of the 21st century. So if nothing else, we need to win this case, partly to counter the propaganda pumped out endlessly by this regime. And by the way, I would say that to you that this is arguably today Iran's most consequential export. It's not UAVs to Russia, it's not petrol to India, but anti-Semitic Western propaganda that is poisoning the public conversation. Whether via press TV in North America or Hispan TV in Latin America, whether via the fake news websites they've put up or the bot armies on social media that they command. The regime broadcasts like an IV drip a steady flow of Holocaust denialism, anti-Jewish conspiracies, and toxic lies about America to the scores of millions of viewers and hundreds of millions of users who consume information on these platforms. Now, you know, some scoffed at ADL and at me personally when we reported earlier this year that we saw worrying indications of the Iranian regime's influence on the anti-Israel, pro-Hamas protests on college campuses. I remember being attacked by so-called extremism experts on X when I pointed out that campus activists were acting like Iranian proxies, promoting regime talking points and spreading their lies. Interestingly, this past summer, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence confirmed DNI Haynes reported that Tehran is encouraging the protests, even providing financial support. Funny enough, none of those analysts reached out to correct the record. Earlier this month, that same office, along with the FBI and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, CISA, published a rare joint statement, all three together, laying out how Tehran is seeking to, quote, stoke discord and undermine confidence in our democratic institutions. And wait, there's more. Google reported that they recently discovered Iranian hackers tried to penetrate former President Donald Trump and Joe Biden's campaigns. And it was reported that the Trump campaign had documents stolen from them by Iranian hackers they tried to sell to the Harris campaign. As Axios put it, Iran, not Russia, is proving to be the biggest nation-state threat to the U.S. presidential election. And we've all seen the reports how the regime plotted to assassinate President Trump. And so make no mistake, this conflict I'm talking about with the Islamic Republic isn't just about Israel, and it isn't just about the Jewish people. This is a struggle pitting militant Islamism, religious extremism, and violent terrorism against Western nations and our values like democracy, pluralism, religious tolerance, and the individual freedoms that we cherish here in the U.S. These principles, these very basic liberties, undergird our secular shared society. Unfortunately, much of the media, the same outlets that breathlessly describe Hamas as a, quote, resistance organization, or call Hezbollah, quote, an influential Shia Muslim political party. That's the BBC, if you want to check. They don't acknowledge the reality that the Islamic Republic of Iran has rebuffed appeals for détente and peace. It doesn't matter how their leaders dress, or what degrees they have, or what their prior occupations might be. The leadership of this regime and all those in the so-called axis of resistance prefer to menace and threaten America and our allies and our interests. And the regime apologists and useful idiots in the West who minimize their intent truly have no ground to stand on. And so I believe it's time for a new approach to the Iranian regime. Ideally, one that comes out of a new grand theory of the region. This is what we need. A framework that's informed by history, but that's rooted in reality. That sees the world not as we want it to be, but as it is, and that pursues our interests zealously, that stands with our allies unapologetically, and that lays a better pathway for our children. And it's time, in my opinion, it is time for all those who stand with the values that I laid out to join together to oppose this ruthless regime that slaughters its own citizens and spreads ruin across the region, and that champions the idea of genocide against the Jewish state. That's why it warms my heart, not just to be here, but it makes me feel encouraged when I see hashtags trending, like hashtag Iranians stand with Israel. And it will make me even prouder when this is not just a nice sounding slogan, but a sustainable reality. When we can restore the once warm ties that united Israel and Iran, and even better, even more importantly, when that is the first step on a process of true healing and reconciliation. Indeed, it will make me most proud, when all of us can contribute to rebuild the pluralistic and positive legacy of one of the most civilizing civilizations in the history of the world. That's the legacy we're talking about. One that openly embraces all segments of society. One that treats men and women as equals. One that genuinely accepts and appreciates all religious minorities, including Zoroastrians, Baha'i, Christians, Mandeans, Muslims, and those that don't have any faith at all. One that equitably values all ethnic groups, including Persians, but also Arabs and Azeris, Baluchis, Kurds, and all people. This is the Iran that I want my children, that I want all of our children to visit one day. So thank you so much for inviting me here to speak. Thank you so much for the work that you do at Nufdi every day, despite what the critics say, to create a more hopeful future for the people of Iran. Thank you so much for your commitment to this cause, of freedom. And thank you again so much for your hospitality. Now I would invite you to stay tuned for what undoubtedly will be the best panel of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Our next panel, From Protest to Revolution, Women, Life, Freedom, 2 years on, will examine the evolution of the movement and evaluate its current status, highlighting the resilience of Iranian women and the broader struggle against the Islamic Republic. Joining us for this panel are Parmida Barez, an author, songwriter, and activist, Ghazala Sharmat, a German-American activist, and Marjan Kapoor, founder and director of Alliance for Rights of All Minorities. The panel will be moderated by Nina Khoshkish, Nufdi's communications associate. Please join me in welcoming our speakers.
Thank you all for sticking around for such an important panel. You know, in the last 10 days, we saw the second anniversary of Massa, of Nika, of Hadith. And since then, hundreds of people have been murdered, tens of thousands have been arrested and tortured by the Islamic Republic. This panel is more relevant now than ever, and some people seem to think that this revolution started and ended in 2022. But 2 years on, and the people of Iran are still fighting for freedom, whether it be through social media or through strikes. This revolution is far from over. So I want to start off with your personal experiences in this movement, so we can just go down the aisle. What does woman, life, freedom mean to you? And aside from the obvious, of course, and what roles have you taken on during this revolution?
Well, I just want to say hello to everyone here today. Thanks for sticking around for the last panel. As an Iranian woman, born in Iran and raised in the diaspora, this is a deeply personal mission for me. When it comes to thinking about what roles have I played, anything and everything that's required. I think in the fight for justice, no role is too small or too big. It's about rolling up your sleeves, you know, all hands on deck. So what that's kind of looked like for me has been helping in the background with prisoner databases, as well as liaising with members of parliament to help push for policy changes. The 2 spoken word poems that I have released were actually garnered quite a bit of traction online, which was a great gateway for us to be able to speak on major news networks and share our experiences in that way to, you know, expose the regime's corruption. But my why behind it, it really is a vision for a better future, a better tomorrow where girls don't have to go to school and worried about getting poisoned. Where doctors, lawyers, nurses, they're celebrated, not thrown in prison. Where Iranian youth can see and build a future in their own country and not have to flee and seek refuge abroad. Where artists can create freely without fear of persecution. I see my privilege. In Iran right now, there's a woman who looks just like me, who's beaten or killed for showing a few strands of her hair. There's a woman just like me who's prohibited from entering sports stadiums and singing in public. And in the court of law, her testimony is worth half of a man's. These are things that I always recognize as a member of the diaspora. And, you know, that vision expands beyond Iran's borders. It's a vision for a safer world for all of us. A world that's free of the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism. A world that's free from a regime that indoctrinates and funds and trains proxies and exports terrorism wherever it goes. See, more than ever, the world needs our leadership. It's our fight, and I'm all in.
This is on, oh yeah. Let me first start off with my role in this. I mean, like, my father was kidnapped, Jamshid Sharmat, 4 years ago, taken to Iran by the terrorist regime. So before that, he was an activist like most of the people in this room here for 16 years. What I've been trying to do since then is put my little feet into the big footstep that he has left behind. What my dad did and what many of the people here, my co-panelists, do is education. So we want to talk about the backgrounds of the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution. It is important to know that this is not just some spontaneous uprising that just happened because of one woman, which is the symbol of the Women Life Freedom Revolution. But first of all, this is one uprising in a series of uprising for the last 45 years. We saw it on Nufdi's video, the many times the Iranian people have been up and down in waves of like recovery and rising up again. So this is a continuation of that. But more importantly, and that is something that most of the world is ignoring, but it is so important, the Women Life Freedom Revolution and these uprisings did not start in 1979. Iran has been under siege for 1,400 years. This is a continuation of a struggle that came with the Arab invasion in 635, that came to the entire Middle East and took over nations, states, peoples, empires, and are still being there. How do we know that? The leaders of the current regime assert that they are direct descendants of the Arab forces of the jihadists that came back and took over our nations, took over everything that we had. 1,400 years ago, they say, I'm the son of the son of the son of the son, going back there. So what they're asserting, pretty much, is that they're not native to our land. They're not native to our culture. And we see that in our history. We had dynasties like the Samanid dynasties that fought back. We had the Pahlavi dynasty that fought back. But every time we fought back, they fought us again and tried to oppress us. In 1979, there was no revolution. There was a coup, an Islamo-Marxist coup that took over our country and gave it to these oppressors, foreign oppressors. And when we say foreign, we really mean foreign, because they replaced everything Iranian that we had. They replaced our Iranian government with an Islamic regime. They replaced our Iranian ministries with terrorist hubs. They replaced our Iranian courts with revolutionary Islamic courts. They replaced our language with Arab scholars. They replaced our flag with a Islamic symbol and Arabic writing on it. They replaced our anthem, our culture, our everything, our identity with something foreign that is not Iranian. So when the people of Iran are saying this regime is not Iran, stop calling them Iranian, we really mean that, because they're not. They're a foreign jihadist occupier in our country. And this is very important for us to know. And everything that I just explained, copy-paste that for the other nations in the Middle East. These foreign invaders did the same thing to the Lebanese people. They replaced them and took it over. They replaced the Syrians, the Iraqis, the Egyptians, the Yemenis. All over the Middle East is a big occupation. So the people outside our campuses right now who are so anti-occupation, they have to understand the Arab Spring, the formation of the State of Israel, and the Women Life Freedom Revolution are the ultimate movements that are anti-occupation and for the native people and for liberation. So stand with us.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be back on this stage and among so many friends. I could build so much on what Ghazal said about removing of our Iranian identity, but I'll get back to that. Let me just answer the question about what we have done, what I have done to promote the message of women, life, freedom, what it's meant to me. Those of you that I've had a pleasure of knowing know that I started this activism work about 10 years ago, right here in Washington, D.C., when there was a possibility of détente with the promise of reform upon the election of Hassan Rouhani during the Obama administration. And at that time, I knew that there was no such thing as reform. I was not really involved in a lot of Iran analysis world, but I knew enough to know that there's no difference between conservative and reformist, and that everything was just under one supreme leadership. So I took it upon myself as a member of a minority group that has experienced discrimination in Iran, and as a woman who had to abide by different rules than the mainstream, than a Muslim man would. I thought that maybe I could lean into that weakness of being a minority in order to tell a story of an alternative reality that Iranian people are living with. And with that, I started to work on amplifying the voices of Iranian minorities and advocating for equal rights for Iranian women. So I got to know this experience and this mission of women, life, freedom. I got to really experience it as a student. But over the past 10 years, I was just trying to engage people in conversations about it. I was trying to get an audience for people to hear about the plight of the Iranian women and minorities. I was trying to tell the story, but there was no one who wanted to hear it. They did not want to hear anything that was counter to the mainstream narratives of reform being blossoming in Iran at the time. And any alternative stories, even though they were coming directly from the Iranian people, were shut down and it was perceived as radical. So, but what happened was because Mahsa and then Nika and others made such incredible sacrifices and lost so much of their innocence, and the country woke up really to this immense energy and spark that really cast a bright light into the entire country. There was some level of opening, and people for the first time wanted to hear what the Iranian people had actually to say. And they realized for the first time that the experiences and the stories were different than the stories of the government and the stories that were being repeated in the echo chambers over and over. So when I saw that there was this opportunity, that suddenly there's an audience that is interested and compassionate and willing to hear, I tried to tell as many stories as possible. But then I was also immensely happy to see that there were so many new activists who were coming to the surface, people who had not previously really engaged in these issues. But they were suddenly motivated, and they had it has struck a nerve with their Iranian identity, Iranian heritage. Even if they didn't speak any Persian at all, they wanted to defend their Iranian heritage, and they came to the surface. And I did everything I could to support them, to mentor them, to help them, you know, make introductions, to introduce them to other people in order to help and amplify as many voices as possible. And I think the journey continues, and it's just the same way that the movement continues inside Iran. And yes, there is some level of movement fatigue, perhaps, some level of disappointment, some level of heartbreak. But we have, when we feel this way, we need to pay attention to what's going on inside Iran, what those nurses and who are striking are going through. We need to get our energy from them, because they are striking, they are protesting with empty stomachs and empty hands. But we have so much more to give, including this very microphone. So we have to continue.
Thank you, Marjan. I actually want to direct this first question at you. What do you think the essence of the woman life freedom is? Like in 2022, Iran ranked 143rd out of 146 countries on the Global Gender Gap Report by the World Economic Forum. This movement touches on the issue of gender inequality. It touches on ethnic and religious minorities in Iran. It touches on human rights, political freedom. But is there fundamentally more to what the people of Iran are asking for?
So for so long, I tried to tell the stories of Iranian women and Iranian minorities in the language and context that American people would understand. Mainly the American left, using the language of equality, bringing up horrible experiences of repression that they were dealing with. The fact that women cannot make decisions about their reproductive choices. The fact that women cannot initiate marriage, a divorce. The fact that women cannot necessarily reject the marriage that the parents want her to get involved in. The fact that children as young as 9 are forced into child marriage without any ability to say no or to reject those decisions that are made for them. The fact that women and girls do not necessarily have access to equal access to education, and sometimes they're rigidly prevented from accessing one. All of these stories, the fact that minorities, Iranian minorities, sometimes cannot get something as simple as an identification card. And when you don't have an ID card, you cannot be counted. When you're not counted in a desolate region, you're not going to get resources. The government is not going to provide support and resources and water and electricity and all the basic infrastructural needs that they need in order to survive and thrive. But what happened with the Massa movement was that all of these pains, all of these vulnerabilities, all of these sufferings suddenly became the suffering and stories of all of the Iranians. They did not need to separate themselves to advocate for their individual separate causes, because they saw that they were all suffering from the same problem, all perpetrated by the same source, a repressive government that is depriving all of them from rights and from the dignity that they so deserved. So the story is different. And what happened as a result of this spark of the Women Life Freedom movement was that Iranians made three major realizations. And I refer to this slide because not only because it's in my eyes right now, but because it really matters. One was that all the facade of reform versus conservative was all removed. And they realized that there is no difference between this leader and that leader. And they saw that no matter who they vote for, the state of their lives will remain the same, because the supreme leader is the sole decision maker who has control over every aspect of their lives, from the way they want to dress, men too, by the way, to the way that they want to pursue, the music they want to listen to, and so on and so forth. So they made that realization. Second was that the neighbors, they realized that their neighbors are not their enemies. Even though the regime had tried to divide the society and conquer by putting one group against another group, by alienating one group as pseudo-terrorists, as separatists, as this and that, they realized that they're all in this together, and that they moved from being aliens to allies to one another. It was a fundamental shift. The neighbors were not their enemies, and they shifted from aliens to allies, and they decided to work together. And that collaboration is still valuable, even though the regime is still trying to divide and conquer. And then lastly, it was the realization, broader realization among broader aspects of the society, that their enemy is not outside in the United States or Israel, that the enemy is right here. And the way they proved that they do not want to support this enemy that is repressing them, that regime that is only there to use the resources and abuse them and make their lives miserable, was by the way that they did not participate in the elections. And the mass boycott of this election was phenomenal. It was historic, to the point that Khamenei had to beg the society to go and participate in the elections. And that was a huge win.
I want to circle back to something that you mentioned about revolution fatigue. And I also want to circle back to what you said about how there are girls in Iran just like us who are getting killed, who are not allowed to enter stadiums. The diaspora is an extension of the Iranian people at the moment. We strive to be their voice outside of the country while the regime tries so hard to silence them violently inside Iran. What does it take to be an advocate in the diaspora? Why have we seen so much activist burnout in the last 2 years? And how do you specifically combat that when you feel that? What does it take to be an advocate in the Iranian diaspora?
Well, as someone who's had quite a bit of experience as an activist in the diaspora over the last few years, I have to say that our role is absolutely critical. It's absolutely vital. It is the frontline activists in Iran who are the ones facing real bullets. They are risking their lives to be able to just take a few photographs and pass it online. And we have to take that baton. It's like a relay, and we have to push forward, and we have to do whatever we can do with what they're able to give us. So our role is absolutely critical. We are the ones who are able to lobby. We are able to take their calls for justice to the highest levels, to the grandest political spheres. We're the ones who can protest. We can get on the media and news and do these interviews without fear of the immediate brutality that they face. And you know, activists, they wear many hats. That's the reality of it. Over the last few years, as an activist myself, I can give you a day in the life. Let's imagine it for a second. You wake up to a flurry of news. You're posting. You're eating breakfast. You're posting while you're eating breakfast. You have to garner and champion for petitions. You got to get on the phone and make phone calls. You know, you're setting up meetings with members of government. You're attending a rally or a protest. You're dispelling myths online from the media. And you just found out about a recent execution of a case that you were following, and it feels like you quite literally got punched in the gut. It feels like your heart was literally ripped out in your chest. But you only have 1 hour to get your talking points together, because you got to go on the news and talk about something that you're still grieving over. And when that's done, you get on a Zoom call, and it's with your fellow activist, and it's like midnight. And you open the Zoom, and this is a real life story for myself. And you open that Zoom call, and you see a mother, and she's rocking her newborn baby to sleep with her headset on and her Excel open. And she's exhausted, probably from working her full-time job earlier that day. And I'll never forget, I quite literally shut off my video for a second, and there was like tears streaming down my face. And this wasn't grief. It was like this sense of pride, this unity, this pride in our community coming together and having each other's backs and rolling up our sleeves and doing whatever's possible and whatever we can possibly do. It's those moments where, again, another true story, it's New Year's Eve, and I'm working on prisoner databases, and I'm trying to get some members of government to sponsor. And right at midnight, when the clock strikes 12, I get a FaceTime, and it's a member of parliament who's like, "We're on board. We're going to do this." So yeah, is there activist burnout? Absolutely. Is there sometimes too much work and not enough hands? Yes. Is there enough funding? No. Were we all as lucky as, me, who created the circumstances to spend these few years strictly volunteering? Not everyone is able to quit their full-time jobs and do that. That's why we see a lot of people drop out in that sense. But, it reminds me of, they recently did an interview with this NBA player from the Bucks, and they asked him a question. They said, do you see this NBA season as a failure? And his answer was really important. He said, Michael Jordan played for 15 years and he won 6 championships. Were the other 9 years considered a failure? No, there's steps to success. And yes, we don't have it all together, but the things that we're doing even in this room, once we get that united front, when we get our fundraising together, we get all hands on deck, I think what we can create is beyond our wildest imaginations.
Azadeh, speaking of the role of the diaspora and the West, what's the role of the Western world in the media and covering our revolution? And why has there been so much back and forth on disinformation and information regarding our movement?
That's a very, very important question, Mina. I think before the Women Life Freedom Revolution and before October 7th, A lot of people were wondering, like, why is the media not reporting? Like, either not reporting, or when they're reporting, it's lies, it's propaganda of the regime, what's going on. I saw it very, very clearly on the day my dad was kidnapped. And most people here in the room know, like, he's been an activist for so long. They all know each other for decades and decades that they've been there. So the news that came up when an activist was kidnapped in a different country, taken through state borders into Iran and held hostage, the news that was all over the world was terrorist ringleader arrested in Iran. And it was like, on every major channel, on everywhere, terrorist ringleader, we're talking about an activist, arrested in Iran, excuse me, he was kidnapped. And we had to show like our proof of our Google tracker, where he was taken, everything. The moment we brought that up to the media that was reporting that, there was no corrections. They dropped the story, it was gone. So that's when you feel it on your own body, on your own family, like this. That's the moment that you understand this is not a mistake. This is not like, oops, they didn't understand this. This is deliberate propaganda of the Islamic regime. But your question was why? Why are they doing that? And every time we ask why, we're going closer to the resolution of what we can change. The why, and I think many other panelists before have described that, is the money. The media and the corporations that control the media, there are money cartels behind them. They make decisions based on money of billions and trillions of dollars. And once we understand that, we stop trying to correct them or like do anything that we're trying to do right now. We understand this is money. We had it in 1979 when this coup happened that they call a revolution. Media has the opportunity to zoom in on whatever they want and ignore the rest. So when you zoom in on a group of like protesters, you make the government of Iran look weak, and then you can build on that, and then you can say, oh, they're too weak to contain the communist threat that was going on at that time, so you must go. And this is the domino effect that you have going on, which is deliberate from the money cartels, from the people who are making deals with the Islamic regime, and then portrayed into the media. And that is our biggest problem that we have. But once we understand that, there's also good news. And we just had a panel about that, the economy panel here on Nufdi, the prosperity project that the Crown Prince was also talking about. There is money to be made inside of Iran. That's the good news, because the money cartels and the investors, the brokers of all of these deals that are influencing our media and our academia, they're not political. They don't care if Adolf Hitler is leading this, or if it's like Mother Teresa, or what kind of democracy, or if it's, they don't care. They want to make their billions and trillions of dollars. So when you can show them that this regime is not stable, people in business are interested in stability. And when you show them then that this alternative that we have is very, very stable, they will shift course. And once they shift course, the media shifts course, everything falls like a domino effect, like it has done in 1979. That is the key to understanding why we put so much emphasis on what Parmida was just saying, the unity between the diaspora. It's not because we're so hippie and we all love each other. Like most of us, we hate each other. We have a lot of self-hate, you know? When we get up, we're like, that person again. No, I'm just kidding. I love most of the people that I'm working with. They're fantastic people. We don't agree with each other on everything, but there's a lot of love because we know what we're doing it for. We know what every person is going through. The point is, we don't have to love each other. We don't have to agree with each other. We have to show the money cartels that investing right now into the Islamic regime terrorists that we can be a strong alternative. That is only possible when we show a united front. And the Islamic regime was very smart because they did that in 1979. They aligned the unholy alliances of like left and we have to understand that. So everybody who thinks unity is just because we all love each other, it is not. It is a war strategy, is a strategic way of influencing the money cartels, to showing them this is a stable way of moving forward, and that's why we're doing that.
Marjan, I want to build off this disinformation campaign in the media. What do you think that this has done to women life freedom?
as a whole? What kind of effect has it had on our movement in the last 2 years, and what is the importance of combating that? So I just want to pull the lens back a little bit and analyze why the media has been so difficult, has it been an obstacle to the process of assisting the advocates and telling the stories of people who have been suffering. And I think that there are three major reasons for why the media has not been an asset, but it had rather been an obstacle to the problem, to the solution. And number one is goes back to the whole fallacy of a myth of a reform movement and a democratic system in Iran, where things can actually be discussed in an open forum, and rules can be changed and new laws can be implemented, and there is gradual and incremental ways to improve the lives of Iranian people, so we don't have to worry about it. And if we have to worry, if there are, number two, if there are any problems in Iran, we have caused it, beginning with Mossadegh. We in America are the number one reason why the Iranian society is in the situation that is in right now. And if we get involved, it will get worse. So the best thing we can do is number three. The best thing we can do is to engage in a diplomatic relationship with Iran, remove the sanctions so that the poverty problem in Iran will be eliminated. And if we do all of these things, then we can be absolved of our original sin of the so-called Mossadegh coup. And B, we will be nice Americans and we will have nice relationship with Iran and promote peace and stability in the region. So these have been the three principles of the media that has dominated the coverage of Iran for as long as I can remember. And so it really took the sacrifice of so many innocent people, the blinding of the eyes of so many innocent protesters, that finally, they decided to take off their own blinders and see a different and alternative situation. So we had a great period of true stories being told about Iran and about the movement and the continuation of this. But what I'm seeing right now is a reversal and a back to the past echo chamber narratives being represented again, beginning with the UN General Assembly and the media tour of Zarif and Pezeshkian, evidenced by the fact that when Zarif and Pezeshkian had their meeting, the press conference, so-called press conference, with reporters outside of the UN, guess who was not allowed to participate in those press conferences? Who wants to guess who was not allowed to participate in the press conference? Diaspora outlets, Persian language diaspora outlets were intentionally kept out of the conversation so that the 20-year-old media journalist, who's making $20,000, who is a newcomer to the face of journalism, could bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, could talk about peace, about message of brotherhood, message of disarmament and environmental improvement to the American people and English language audiences, because they did not want the savvy Iranian reporters who have lived, many of them in Iranian prisons, in order to finally find a voice in a free country in America, the diaspora outlets. They kept them out because they were afraid of their searing, difficult questions. So what can the media do right now? What can we do? What is the best way for us to use the media? Number one is to become a part of it. Yes, a lot of fringe media outlets, some of them with more questionable types of journalism, have emerged in the last few years. I think we need to polish them up. We need to make them a little bit more professional. We need to amplify their voices. not dwell in conspiracy theories. There's so many true, amazing, incredible, important stories that need to be told that we don't need to really dwell in conspiracy theories to tell the stories of Iranian people. Stick to the truth and really work with the fringe or alternative media. I'm not going to call them fringe. Alternative media that is available to us, including Kayhan, including Voice of America. I see representatives from different places, and I know Iran International was here today as well. So we need to work with them and also make sure that the English language content in those places are thriving. Let me differentiate. We have diaspora media and we have alternative English language media. We need to support both of them. Second, we need to give a voice to the Iranian activists and advocates, no matter how much experience they have, no matter when they entered the advocacy space. We need to support each other. We need to love each other more. I see this level of competition. Every time somebody new comes to the surface, we want to compete with them. Who's better? Who's not? No. Let's focus on camaraderie. Less competition, more camaraderie. Let's all follow each other. Let's all follow each other. My Twitter has been dead for the past few months. I don't know what's going on with it. Maybe because I call it Twitter. I don't know. And just acknowledge that it's okay to share this space. You know, there's a lot of burden. There's a lot of emotional burden in this work, and it's okay to hold each other's hands and pass it on and share the burden and share the microphone and the stage with one another. Oh, one last thing. Sorry. The most important thing I wanted to say is we need young people to take jobs as journalists and enter the so-called mainstream journalism fields as well. It's not enough that we're working with the diaspora and the alternative media. We need people to work with the mainstream publications. Otherwise, our stories are not going to get told. Please. If there is a way to create scholarships for young people to become journalists, let's create that. If there are internships, let's figure it out. We need young people to enter the mainstream media.
I do want to flip the coin and talk about how we use media to our advantage during times like Women Life Freedom. Harmita, how have activists both in the diaspora and inside of Iran used different avenues like social media, poetry, art, film, music, so on, to change narratives, to bring attention to the revolution, to defy this disinformation? How impactful has this been, and why do you think the regime cracks down so brutally, specifically on artists?
That is a great question, actually. And I am in this space of music, and I always will say that art and music from the beginning of time have always been the lifeblood of movements. And this is why regimes fear them so much. It's something that's very difficult to neutralize. How can you stop someone from humming a song while washing the dishes? You know, I've seen such an outpouring just based on the spoken word pieces that I had released at the time. And, you know, just the solidarity. And, you know, Nina Simone always said that it's an artist's duty to reflect the times. And I like to think of art and music and film as the spoonful of sugar that helps the medicine go down. Like Mary Poppins says, it's a way to gift wrap some of the most charged, complex ideas in a way that's so sweet, and it meets people at the most visceral and emotional level that they're at. It's a way to distill anger, grief, solidarity, hope, change, and birth something that can go viral overnight, just like we saw Shervin's Barai song that won a Grammy and amassed, what was it, over 40 million views in 48 hours. And that was also with the power of digital media, because now that we have that to our advantage, things can catch like wildfire. And so regimes have cracked down, and they do crack down on our artists, our filmmakers. I mean, everyone has heard the case of Too Much Salehi. It's just absolutely brutal, the brutality, the torture, the kidnapping, the death sentences. Salman Yassin, Shivan Shervin getting a death sentence, even though, those were overturned. And so many nameless filmmakers, artists sitting in Iran's prisons right now, some of the greatest minds. And just the fact that they're there is a great indication of how powerful they are. So how powerful art is, and how powerful music is, how we need to use that much more to our advantage. Because guess what? Art, music, these things, they surpass all class levels. You don't need a college degree to feel a song. You don't need to be in the highest level of society. It's something that we can share. And for example, when I released my latest poem, someone had messaged me and said, you and I, Parmita, we don't share the same political ideologies, but when I listened to that song, I forgot about all of that. And that's what's important. Or I have people messaging me saying, that line you wrote about, and give back the tears my father cried when he left Iran that day, made me cry as a grown man who is usually quite stoic as a person. It's the love that's sent from Sweden, Germany, Italy, all over the world. It's about it's a way to take these messages to an international sphere. And it's a threat that regimes find very difficult to neutralize because it can't be contained.
We're running out of time, but I want to end this panel on a positive note. I feel like that's very important because as tough as this battle has been, I think we can all agree that the sense of pride that this revolution has given us, this profound moment of love of country, love of Iran, is something to be just so, so proud of. And they're just, I don't know. But how's the rest of the world supported this movement? What are some wins that the Women Life Freedom Movement has seen over the last 2 years? It's an open question for any of you, all of you. Let's start.
I got a whole list of wins. Okay, I'll go for it since we're here. Where do we begin? Okay, amazing seeing these global hashtags, hashtag Women Life Freedom, hashtag Free Iran, just take over the internet. I think that's a big win. I have friends or colleagues who didn't even know where Iran was up on a map up until a couple of years ago. I think just that re-education and that awareness is a huge piece. What about the athlete protests? Those are incredible. What about, I know we all have our thoughts about the UN, but still, the fact-finding mission, kicking Iran out of the UN Commission on the Status of Women. In Canada, I'm a proud Canadian, it was listing the IRGC just a few months ago, and I think that was a big win because it really sets a precedence for other G7 countries to follow suit. What about Iran in pulp culture, the musicians, the Grammys, on red carpets across the world? But I would say that one of the biggest wins in my mind is, it reminds me of the poem from the 70s, "The Revolution Will Not Be Televised." And the point of that was that the real revolution happens, it's that change in the mind. The real revolution is happening within us. It may not always look like 50,000 people out on the street, but what it is that moment where a woman in Iran used to, grab out for her keys and her hijab, and now she's only grabbing out for her keys. It's that cleric's daughter who stands up to her father. It's those small incremental changes, and I just actually wanted to finish off with a really quick quote, because this comes out from someone from Iran, and it's her name was published. It's Mashid from Isfahan. She says, "We may think the Women Life Freedom Movement was suppressed before achieving a certain outcome, but a great revolution and transformation occurred in Iranian women and girls, and that was learning to fight against our fears. After the movement, I removed a thick layer of fear from myself. I learned to face my fears. The movement taught me that as a woman, I have much more important role than what society and the government have imposed on me. Around me, I see many people who in the last 2 years have had a positive change in their views on many issues, especially women's rights. Feminism grew even inside of men."
I think we're almost out of time, so I try to say it very shortly. I think what we have seen in the last 2 years is this unity that we're talking about, how effective it is. For 45 years, we've been divided by the regime on purpose because they know when we're coming together, we are stronger than the regime and they will go down. So this is why they're investing 150,000 cyber army trolls to go out there and push us against each other, and all of these other techniques and money they're investing in the diaspora wars that they want us to have. But we are smarter than that and we look through it. And what we have seen, though, since the Women, Life, Freedom Revolution is when we're working together, what can happen? Parmida just said, like, Canada finally put the IRGC on the terrorist list. We made a law in America. We have NASA law. Okay, they haven't enacted it, but like we didn't do that before. We have the fact-finding mission. Again, we had the first time that the UN even paid attention to what's going on in the regime. We have influence on the media, how we're changing them from saying Iran before to Iran. Now we're telling them it's not Iran. We are Iran. These are the Islamic regime occupiers. It's going there because we're all pulling on the same string. We're going all in the same directions. 2 places where even Georgetown, for the first time after 45 years, the entire diaspora came together. And I know people think this was a failure and this was bad and we should not talk about it. That was the moment the regime was trembling. And you could feel it until here because we saw all of the diaspora and propaganda and everything that went on after that, including October 7 that went on after that because they were terrified by this thing. And that's where education comes in. We have our platforms on Educate America, and we have a podcast, War and Freedom podcast, where we go into history and we look at what has worked before and what hasn't worked before. And we looked, for example, at the French resistance after the Nazi regime. There was a decentralized movement of all of the people inside of the country. There was a decentralized movement of all of the fractions of the diaspora outside. And there was a centralized force of General de Gaulle who brought together the diaspora, all of the fractions that hated each other, to form a government in exile. And that was possible to go in and then liberate France. How long did it take him? How many meetings? It took him from 1941 to 43 to do that. That is 3 years of all of these Georgetowns coming together, and doing that. So this was the first step. It was not a failure. It was a success, the first step into the right direction of building that. Plus, and this is my last point, we don't have to sit aside and look at the biggest leaders and wait for them to do something. We're also doing initiatives where NGOs, where activists are connected. We're building a network of NGOs from Europe to Australia to Canada to here, to support the leadership, to support the biggest voices. We as grassroots can come together, form our connections, and then every time we want to do something, change the policies on hostage taking, change the sanctions, change laws, we can use these networks and put political pressure into each and every one of these countries that need to change.
I'm just going to add, even though I want to share a very positive note, I'm just going to use a cautionary piece of advice here for us. And maybe that should inspire us. In my prediction, our work is just about to get started. I think our work is about to get started at a different level. It could be harder, but it could also be a lot more promising. In the past 2 years, we have engaged a lot of new audiences who are interested in learning more about Iran and about the Iranian movement. And we need to make sure that we keep in touch with those contacts, that we keep those individuals engaged in the conversation before the new emerging NIACs and the emerging Islamic Republics lobby don't get to them. They are a captive audience. And if we are not holding on to them, others will go and get them. They will be up for grabs, and you know that they may not have all the information that they need to have in order to make the right decisions and in order to stand in the right side. They will believe that just fighting for removal of sanctions is the best way to advocate for the Iranian people. And they will fight for it, and they will go on a train to Washington, D.C. to lobby for that. If we do not go after them, if we do not get them. So let's work on them. That's number one. Number two, we need to be careful with the fact that the Iranian regime was so threatened by this movement, so upset about the young people's energy and the rebellion against the regime, that on the start of the school year, they go and say, we need to implement more prayer. We need to integrate more prayer into our educational system so that the kids could ask God to give them what the government is not going to give them. By a way to just tame them and keep them quiet and make them shut up to prevent another rebellion. This means that the job of networks and information provision, the satellite, whatever we can send to Iran to provide information, to keep the mines open, to counter the regime's propaganda and the closure of the mines will be countered. This is essential because without a next generation that is guided by that light of freedom, there is no more movement. So we need to make sure that they are going to continue to feel the fire and to continue to movement. And then lastly, I think we need to engage the government. It doesn't matter if the Republican government gets elected, if it's a democratic system. They can all make mistakes. Don't get me wrong. Don't be so hopeful that one side is going to be better than the other. No, or one side is going to be worse. Both sides could make mistakes unless we are engaged, unless we are talking to the representatives on bipartisan level. This is not about Democrats and Republicans. This is about America's safety down the line and the lives of millions of people in the region. So let's keep with the fight. We will win. Yes, I am optimistic about that, but we have to work at it. It's not going to come easy. Thank you very much to Parmita, Azana, Marjan, and Nina for a wonderful panel. Please welcome back to the stage Nufdi Vice President Kamran Khansarinian.
Oh, he was confused. Yeah. Did he come to school? Yeah.
مایک من بازه.
For joining us for the first day of the Iran conference. Very briefly here at the end, particularly for those watching online, perhaps less so for those in the room, those who are not so familiar with Washington, it's good to know that the speakers that we've had throughout the day, leading government officials from previous administrations, representatives from the major think tanks across Washington, D.C., each and every one of them came here to support the people of Iran, came here to support U.S. national interests, and each and every one of them did it without receiving a single dollar. Every other organization... There are organizations and cults that you're well familiar with who will pay others hundreds of thousands of dollars for a 5-minute speech. So we're very, very thankful to each and every one of our remarkable speakers who gave us more than an hour of their time for absolutely free. And for those groups who reached out to our speakers and urged them to cancel their appearance here today, we thank our speakers for continuing to be here and for standing on the Iranian people's side. And very lastly, there's one person who has stayed in the room the entire time, while others left perhaps after a keynote speaker, and stayed with you lovely people. And she does it every year. And that's Princess Yasmin Pahlavi, who has stayed here. to listen to every single speaker and every single panel, and we're immensely honored that she would do that and spend her time with us. We look very much forward to joining you tomorrow, so please be back here bright and early at 8 a.m. Enjoy some drinks tonight. There's a great bar in the hotel's lobby, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Thank you.
شد ببخشید من اکوشکی منو میوت میکرد. ای بابا صدای آمیگه پادم جون ساختن منم شنیده. ببخشید امیدوارم صدا میامده.
خسته نباشی. نه یک
ببخشید.
بک‌گراندی بود ولی من میخواستم بگم دیگه منم مشغول کار بودم.
نه
درود
اوکی.
میگم به همه عزیزان. آقای کیانو میبینم، همه عزیزانی که در آدینس هستی. اول بگم که واقعا یک کنفرانس خیلی حالا مهمانان دیگه هم داشتن. من از خانم همیرا بختیاری خواستم که از دوستان من بودن که تشریف بردن اونجا، گفتم هر زمان فرصت کردید تشریف بیارید تو اتاق گزارش به اصطلاح میدانی هم از اون دیده‌هاشون شنیده‌هاشون اونجا به ما بگن. حالا نمیدونم اتاقو فعلا نگه می‌داریم، یه مقداری بریم راجع به جزئیات و دیتیل و اینا صحبت بکنیم. دوستانی بودن که خب گله من بودن که چرا ما فارسی رو نداریم، کلا کنفرانس رو به زبان انگلیسی به خاطر اون مدعوینی که در واقع حالا به هر حال من نمیدونم دقیقا، چون که از سمت به اصطلاح استیج داشت پخش میشد، مهمانان رو نشون نمیداد. ولی که میدونم که خیلی مهمانان ویژه‌ای هم داشتن اونجا. خب اینطور که گفتن خب شاهزاده که یک نطق کوتاهی داشتن، همینطور حضرت یاسمین پهنوی هم اونجا حضور داشتن. فردا هم این کنفرانسشون خواهد بود. حالا من نمیدونم اجنده کارشون فردا به چه مباحثی خواهد بود یا نه، ولی اگر بتونیم اونم سعی کنیم مثل همین لایو پخش بکنیم. من اول از الهام تشکر میکنم که این اتاق گذاشت. به هر حال منم مایل بودم که بشنوم، در کنار شما عزیزان شنیدیم. حالا من صحبت کوتاه میکنم، اگه دوستان نکاتی که شنیدن رو میخوان بگن. میدونید دیگه 3 بخش داشت. اولا خیلی هم چیز بود. این قسمت آخرم من بگم که مهمانانشون کی بودن. 3 تا پنل داشتن دیگه، در واقع اون افتتاحیه‌اش بود که صحبت کردن و اهدافشون رو گفتن. بعد 3 تا پنل بود. پنل اول مسائل اقتصادی بود که از آقای شروین پیشه‌ور که کارآفرین امریکایی هست، جدیدن هم خیلی تمایل پیدا کرده. بسیاری از این کارآفرینا تمایل پیدا کردن که در راستای اون در واقع پالیسی‌هایی که شاهزاده دارن برای دوران گذار فعالیت بکنن و به هر حال میدونید که بدون جذب سرمایه هم امکان پذیر نیست همچین چیزی. و خب این خیلی مایه مباهات. بعدش هم دیگه راجع به نفت و به اصطلاح مسائل اقتصادی که قبل از انقلاب داشتیم و بعد از انقلاب، انرژی و ارتباط با دنیا و توریست و اینا صحبت کردن. آقای سعید قاسمی نژاد بود، خود آقای کامران کنسارنیا. بعد از اون که شاهزاده صحبت کردن و پنل دومشون هم که در واقع در مورد سکولاریسم و مقابله با رادیکال اسلامی و در منطقه و در ایران بود که باز آقای الان حضور ذهن ندارم، خانم ویکتوریا دوست که از در واقع وایس پرزیدنت هریتیج فاندیشن بودن. کمک کن به من الهام، دیگه کیا بودن؟
اون چند نفر آخر رو داریم میگین؟
نه چند نفر آخر که بیشتر راجع به جنبش مهسا و بیشتر این موومنت ها بیشتر صحبت، تمرکزشون رو صحبت موومنت و جامعه و اینها بود. یعنی من فکر کنم خیلی جالب بود که این کنفرانس خیلی با نظم و ترتیب و با یک ویژن خیلی خوبی ترتیب داده شده بود که از همه جهت یک ویوی خوبی رو به مردم ایران بده. ببینید دوستان، واقعا خیلی کار ارزنده که این چیزا، شما مثلا ترانسپرنسی رو دیگه میدونید یکی از شاخصه های دموکراسی. تمام اونایی که در اروپا، امریکا از این مجاهدین و از این نیاکی ها و از این به اصطلاح گذارطلبا دارن فعالیت میکنن، هیچ بیلان کاری، هیچ نمودی از کاراشون به شما ارائه نمیدن. کنفرانس هایی هم که اینا اکثرا میذارن تو مباحث همین رتوریک قدیمی و یعنی واقعا هیچ ویویی به شما نمیدن، ولی واقعا
نه
نکته
چرا فیروز، نه روی مباحث ضد پهلویه، لطفا فوکس اون
ضد پهلوی، بله، این
دقیقاً
سکتاریستا و
تمرکز جای
اینها.
دیگه است.
ولی اصلا ببین راجب نه اقتصاد، ببین خب مسئله اینه که اینا اصلا راجب برنامه‌های آتیشون برای ایران هم هیچ نه پلنی دارن. باور کن اینا 4 صفحه چیزی هم نوشته ندارن و اگر هم دارن رو نمیخوان بکنن، یعنی همون الگوی 57 رو دنبال میکنن. حالا نمیخوام، ولی میخوام بیشتر تمرکز کنیم راجب اونا صحبت نکنیم، راجب برنامه‌های نفتی و اینکه واقعا چقدر مهمه که نفتی رو حمایت کنیم، پالیسی هاش رو درک بکنیم. ببینیم پالیسی هایی که الان نفتی داره دنبال میکنه واقعا کاملا مشخصه. روی مکسیموم سپورت و مکسیموم پرشر که پالیسی ویژن و میشن اصلیشون هست، یعنی تحریم ها رو هدفمند مایل هست که نفتی اجرا بشه به هیچ عنوان. اون خانومی که داشت صحبت میکرد که خانم لیزا دفتری بود که اسپیکر در واقع رئیس دسک همین روابط خارجی نفتی هست که بیشتر ارتباطات برقرار میکنه و اینها، داشت میگفت نمیدونم شما خائنین وطن فروشین که میخوان تحریم. اتفاقا من همین دیروز داشتم صحبت میکردم، دیروز با همین ایران صحبت میکردم، دوستش به من میگفتش که آره مردم تو ایران خیلی معتقدن که احتمالاً ترامپ بیاد چیزتره. گفتم خب میدونن که مردم که ممکنه فشار بیشتری بذاره. گفت آره اتفاقا به همین دلیل دارم میگم. یعنی امروز این نریتیو مرده بازی که اینا از خودشون در میارن که نمیدونم مردم ایران تحریم میشه، مردم ایران الان در بدترین شرایطشون به سر میبرن. خب میگن آقا چی میگن اون مسئله که من دوستم ندارم، اون دیگی که برای ما نمیجوشه، خب نجوشه، برای اینکه میگه آقا به اونا باید فشار بیاد. و اتفاقا نفتی این مسئله رو گذاشته که بتونه از یه طریق این سران رژیم رو محدود بکنه، دسترسی های مالیشون رو محدود بکنه. من نمیدونم دوستانی که در امریکا هستن یه خبر جالب بهتون بدم، البته این خبر تازه نیست، برای خود من 6 ماه پیش بود تقریبا یک نامه از بانک اومد که نوشته بود که اگر شما هر ارتباط مالی با ایران داشته باشید ما حساباتون رو میبندیم. و الان هم همین دیروز
آره
پریز من 2 نفر دوست
آره
برای
فیروز، آقای
تمام
اردلان رو پین کن بیاد. آقای اردلان در این
آقا
مورد
اردلان هست اینجا، مایکش بسته است. اون
نه
الان
کاوه
من بهش مایک
اردلان،
بدم یک
نه کاوه
آها
اردلان، ایشون
کاوه
اتفاقا آره یه
کاوه اومد،
تجربه کار.
نمیدونم دوستان چرا حمایت نمیکنن.
نه
حالا
ولش کن،
تو
نه
امریکا
اصلا
که وقت کار من خیلی دوستان رو پین
اینا
کردم،
حالا
ولی
هر
دوستان
حالا
گرامی
همینجای عزیزانی که
یک
داریم.
ابزرویشن کوتاه در رابطه با رشد نفتی که چقدر اعتبار امروز آفرید. این نفتی 4 بار ورژن بهتر یافته. هر بار که ورژن اولش رو با دوم و سوم، امروز که 4مین ورژنش نگاه میکنیم، پی میبریم که چرا اگر فیروز میگه که باید از نفتی رو درک کرد و اعتبار نفتی رو پشتیبانی کرد، امروز اتفاقا ورژن 4 نفتی رو با ورژنی که حسن اعتمادی وقتی عوض شد، اعتمادی
اردلان
رفت،
صدات خوب
یه
نیست.
سری افرادی که
نمیدونم شاید کانکشن من بود ولی صدات مقطع
نه
میاد.
صداشون قطع شده،
پس
صداشون
من فول
نمیاد.
کانکشن.
آه. خب
نمیاد.
من اگر میشه اگر میشه من 2 دقیقه باتون صحبت بکنم، بعد
شما 5 دقیقه
دوستان
صحبت کنید لطفا.
خیلی ممنون آقای فیروز. اولا که خب من خب توی سامان پادشاهی مختلفی هست. من از اونجایی که اکثریت میدونم من پادشاه پارلمانی ام، من اون هستم، بیشترم جنبه اسکاندیناویش رو که 2 تا حداقل
صدام برگشت.
که
ببخشید
صدات
ادامه
برگشت.
بدید پس
اردلان
از
عزیز بذار
فرزان.
پریسا داشت صحبت میکرد، بذار پریسا دیگه
چشم
صحبتشو تموم
چشم.
بکنه.
آره،
مرسی.
خیلی ممنون. آره. بعد با خیلی این صحبت هایی که اول شد به خصوص مسئله اقتصادیش من قبول خیلی خوشم اومد، به خصوص اونجایی که گفت قسمت پرایوتیزیشنش البته میدونه ممکنه چالنجای مشکلاتی هم باشه. این بهم یه مقدار چیز داد، راحت هم کرد که اون مشکلاتی که من مثلا از نظر کاری انرژی در باکو و قزاقستان و جاهای دیگه میدونم بعضی شرکت ها چیکار میکنن، اونا فکراشون هست، یعنی حواسشون هست. این خیلی خوشم اومد از این مسئله. بعد برمیگردیم به یه قسمت خوشم، ولی الان وقت نمیشه الان اونقدر توضیح بدیم، ولی مثلا اگه بعضی موقع ها بری توی این اتاقهای حکومتی ها مثلا گوش بکنی صحبت ATF هم میکنن، یعنی اونا هم خودشون الان جایی افتادن که مسئله اقتصاد به قدری اذیتشون میکنه که حد نداره. روی این حساب وقتی قسمت اولش روی اقتصاد خیلی پیشنهاد شد صحبت میشد، این استراتژی خوبیه و من چیز میکنم همه جا میرم و همه جا گوش میکنم. یه آقایی نوشته که موضوعشو بده. آقا من همه اتاقا میرم، همه اتاقا گوش میکنم، نظرم هم همینی که هست. با دوستانی هم که اینجا هستن هم موافق هستم هم مخالفتی ها دارم. الهام خودش میدونه ماها هم ممکنه با هم دعوا بکنیم، ممکنه با هم دوست باشیم، ولی باید بتونیم با هم دیگه صحبت بکنیم. بعضی موقع هم آدم ناراحت میشه چیز میشه، ولی من چیزی که خیلی خوشم اومد این بودش که کنفرانس پروفشنال بود. کنفرانس های قبلی خیلی شعاری بود، این دفعه شعاری کم بود، خیلی کم بود شعاریش، اصلا دقیق تو the point بود، به خصوص بخش اولیش. این من خیلی خوشم اومد. بعد اومدیم اون آقایی که صحبت میکرد، فکر کنم مال ADL بود، CEO ADL، اگه فکر نکنم آقای جاناتان بود صداش، اگه یادم اشتباه نره. آقای جاناتان یک آدم خیلی 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 قویه و میدونه چی صحبت میکنه، سپیچ میده. روی این حساب من وقتی که این صحبت رو میکرد، هم صحبت احساسی هم صحبت پروفشنالی همین چیزا میکرد، این که روی کلمه ایران رو در جاهای استفاده میکرد که ممکنه یه مقدار بقای چی میگن چیز قانونی مشکل گیر بیاره، اونجا مثلا اسلامیک ریپابلیک میگفت بیشتر به نفع ایران میشد. اینو در نظر بگیریم. بعد صحبت خانوما بود که خانوما ماشاءالله خیلی خوب صحبت کردن، ولی یه خانومی بود که مال بخش ماینورتی بود. این ماینورتی که میگن من نمیدونم، نخوندم که چه ماینورتی از، آیا جندر ماینورتی، ریلیجیوس ماینورتی، که این خیلی خوبه، ولی آیا اقوام رو به عنوان ماینورتی نگاه میکنن؟ اون وقت پالیسی اون چطوره؟ اونو مثلا من هنوز ندیدم، نگاه نکردم، ولی برام علامت سوال پیش اومد و این رو دنبالش خواهم رفت.
تو
و من
پنل سوم شما منظورت هست، درسته؟
آره خانم اسمش رو یادم نمیاد، خوبم صحبت میکرد، ولی نمیدونم سی او ماینورتی پالیسی، نمیدونم یه چنین چیزی فکر کنم تو یوتیوب دیدم، باید حالا برم دوباره نگاه کنم، دوباره گوش کنم بعد ببینم شه. چون ماینورتی ما در اینو
اسمش
ما
چی بود؟ اسمش
یادم
مریم کیپور نه؟
یادم
اوکی.
نمیاد ولی چیزه. ولی ببین ما در ایران ماینورتی ما تبعیض داریم، تبعیض واسه ماینورتی داریم. یکی تبعیض مذهبی هستش، یکی تبعیض جنسی هستش، یکی تبعیض پرسکشوال چیز پرفرنس ها هستش. این تبعیضا رو ما داریم، رو این تبعیضا باید کار بکنیم. ولی اقواممون که مورد چیز قرار میگیرن، مرزنشین ها یا جاهای دیگه، این تبعیض به خاطر قومیتشون نیست، به خاطر مذهب مثلا سنی بودنه، یا یعنی اینها رو ما باید کانکریت باشیم بابت چی هستش. اینم روی حساسیت تمامیت مرزی من اینو دارم میگم. بعد ولی خیلی جالبه. من فکر میکنم این کنفرانس رو بشه در موردش، در مورد هر بخشش یه اتاقی گذاشت، بعد آدم بخونه ترانسکریپت ها رو دوباره که بتونه دوباره صحبت بکنه در موردشون. دستتون درد نکنه، این چیز خیلی خوبی بود، خیلی خوب بود. من با اجازهتون دلم میخواست اینجا باشم و الان بچه‌ها پینگ کردن یه اتاق گذاشتن که چرا خمینی نمیخواست عراق تموم بشه، چی هی پینگ میکنن. ما با اجازهتون و فکر میکنم دوستان که دلشون
پریسا
خواست فارس،
اقفال نشو، راه درست اینجاست. شوخی میکنم، هر کی هر جا
نه
دوست
عزیز،
داره
نه
میتونه بره،
چیز
ولی
فیروز جان، من ببین، من یه مقدار خودتون میدونین طرز فکر من چطوره. بعد من همه جا میرم، سعی میکنم گوش بکنم، و من دلم میخواد این سرکل بین زیر پهلوی رو ما بتونیم بیشتر بکنیم، کمتر نکنیم. دوستانی هستن که خب یه مقدار تندروان، این دایره کمتر میشه و حیفه. و ما همینجور که در کنفرانس هم گفته شد، ما یک شانسی رو داریم، یه آلترناتیو رو داریم و من سعی میکنم بیشتر اگه میتونیم بیاریم زیر پرچم پهلوی. ببینیم چی میشه. ببینیم چی میشه. مرسی مرسی، دستتون درد نکنه.
من اینو پیدا کردم، خانم درود میگم، پاولا متکی عزیز رو میبینم، امیدوارم به جمعمون اضافه بشه. جناب فرزان هم صحبت نکرد. صحبتی داری پریسا؟ چون من میبینم
نه،
مایکت
من با
باز.
اجازه دوستان دیگه خیلی ممنون، مرسی و صحبت خواهیم
مرسی
کرد در
مرسی
مورد
که با ما
مسئله.
بودی،
قربان
شنونده
شما.
بودی.
نه نه، خواهش
ممنونم از
میکنم.
لطفت.
قربان شما، مرسی.
جناب کیان رو دعوت دادم، خانم پاولا متکی، دیگر دوستان، خانم آژنگ، امید عزیز، همه عزیزان میتونید تشریف بیارید بالا، نقطه نظراتتون رو بگید. حالا اونایی که حالا ما داریم به نوعی نکات اصلی رو میگیم دیگه، چون ترجمه همزمان که نداشتیم. من نمیدونم جناب فرزان تشریف دارید شما؟ جناب مازیار فرزان، شاید دیر وقته، نمیدونم. به هر حال سپاسگزارم که تشریف داشتید. من مثلا عذرخواهی میکنم که بعد اول مایک رو تقدیم شما میکردم. خب صدای من هست که الهام؟
آره
بله
صداتون
صداتون
هست.
هست، بله
آره.
صداتون هست.
فکر کنم
بله
اردلان یه چیزی داشت که بگه، بعد من یه دونه توییت رو که ریتوییت کردم میذارم توی چت، نکات رو نوشته اون تینا از من و تو، اگه خواستی وقتی
بسیار
میفرسته
عالی،
قشنگ
بسیار
توضیح.
عالی، بسیار عالی، بسیار عالی. اون خیلی خوبه، اون خوبه که ریتوییتش بکنیم. میگم خیلی پریسا هم همونطور که گفت واقعا کنفرانس چی میگن پربار و هم با مهمانان ویژه اینا. ببینید یه چیزی رو ما هم بدونیم، واقعیت اینه که ما لابی میخوایم و لابی که ما میهن پرستان، ما میهن گرایان در امریکا داریم همین نوع. من دارم به جد اینجا بهتون میگم، هر کسی که داره نفتی رو تخریب میکنه یا اساساً فهم درک چی میگن ریل پالیتیک و اون لابی و اون به اصطلاح استراتژی هایی که ما رو میتونه به سرمنزل و مقصود برسونه، چه به لحاظ سیاسی چه به لحاظ اقتصادی. و یک لابی هم که ترانسپرنسی داره کاملا، کاملا اصلا بودجه هاش، یعنی الان داره واقعا با یک بودجه خیلی کمی شروع کردن. من میدونم دکتر گنجی که مورد تایید، در واقع مورد حمایت، حالا من نمیخوام بگم تایید که موقع شبهه‌ای به وجود بیاد، مورد حمایت شاهزاده هست. واقعا با چه خلوص نیتی، با چه انگیزه بالایی این نکته رو به وجود آورده در مقابل نیاد. خب شما ببینید دیگه، دیدید دیگه این تریتا پارسی جلوی سازمان ملل رفته بود با همین جمهوری اسلامی. و این رو هر کس که واقعا داره تخریب میکنه به هر نوعی، بدونید یا فهم و درکی از ریل پالیتیک و این قضايا نداره. برای اینکه در نفتی خیلی ها هستن که جمهوری خواهن، خیلی ها هستن که بچههایی هستن که در امریکا اصلا به دنیا اومدن و واقعا شاید اصلا نه جمهوری اسلامی رو به اون معنی تجربه کردن، نه دوران پهلوی رو دیدن، ولی دارن واقعا برای این پالیسی ها تلاش میکنن. ویژن و میشنشون هم کاملا مشخص و شفافه که دارن چی کار میکنن. و خب حمایت مالی هم نیاز دارن. شما سایت نفتی رو حالا من میذارم بالا، واقعا هر کس که در توانش هر اندازه که هست، $10 $20 $50، حتی در کانادا هم میتونه به این نفتی کمک بکنه. البته خب اونام دارن تلاش میکنن که فاندریزینگ هایی بکنن، من در جریان هستم از منابع درست. ولی من که واقعا لذت بردم. یه چیزی من شنیدم، نمیدونم اگر خانم بختیاری تشریف بیاره فرصت کنه، من حالا یه تماسی میگیرم اگه تونست بیاد اینجا به ما گزارش بده، چون ایشون در اونجا حاضره. یه چیزی که شنیدم، ظاهرا شنیدم شنبه هم یک تجمعی قراره تو دی سی برگزار بشه. شما اطلاعی داری الهام بعد از این جریان نفتی؟ شما گفتن این صحبت چند هفته قبل بود، من نمیدونم این
آره من نه من
تصحیح
والا
شده.
قرار بود من دیگه هفته پیش رفتم دیگه، این هفته نمیتونستم برم. ولی نه در مورد این گردنی که میگه تو دی سی من نشدم. میشه پرسید، میتونم بپرسم الان، میپرسم من، یا حالا از همون خانومه که میگید بپرسید، من الان میپرسم.
حالا اگه ایشون تشریف آورد حتما ازش میپرسیم. خب جناب فرزان رو اگر که امکان صحبت دارن بفرمایید، اگر نه که اردلان عزیز رو بشن. این برگ چه علامتیه اردلان؟
تحفه درویش میگن، برگ خشکی
توفه
تحفه
درویش.
درویش. ببینید دوستان گرامی، چند برجستگی کنفرانس امروز داشت. یکی این که در مقایسه نفتی امروز در مقایسه با نفتی که در آغاز آمد، نفتی National Unity for Democracy متشکل بود از چهرهایی که اون زمان سرشناس بودن. یکی از سرشناس‌ترین افرادی هم که زمانی بر علیه ایران بود، سپس به خوبی در راه ایران شمشیر زد زیر سایه کوروش رضا پهلوی، حسن اعتمادی بود. حسن اعتمادی خیلی سخنور خوبیه، اصلا این کار است، بلده چی کار میکنه. ولی بعد از اینکه ایشون رفت یک خلایی ایجاد شد که من اسمون دوره رو میذارم دوره اول، که هنوز یه اندیشه در میان میهن پرسته بود. ما برای اینکه برای خودمون بتونیم در حیطه سیاسی حضور داشته باشیم، حتما باید با یکی از آدمایی که ایران رو به این روز انداختن هم همکاری بکنیم که نشان بدیم مثلا پلورالیستیم. نمیدونم هر دلیلی که اینو توجیه میکنه. ولی بعد از اینکه حسن اعتمادی رفت، چندین سالم البته خوش درخشید و نفتی رو مطرح کرد. نفتی خوشبختانه یه سری آدمایی که تحصیل کردن، مدرک دارن، مدرکای توی سیستم تینکینگ، مثلا قبل از اینکه آقای قریشی بیاد دبیرخانه، یه آقایی به پادشاه راهنمایی میکرد به نام جمشید قریش‌داغی، اونم کنفدراسیونی بود. ولی چون که رفیق کوروش رضا پهلوی شده بود به خاطر منش رضا پهلوی، ما آدمی نداشتیم که از داخل خودمون سیستم سینکینگ بیاندیشه. سیستم سینکینگ رو خانم الهام میتونه توضیح بده که چه نوع اندیشه هست. ولی اون زمان که ورژن دوم نفتی داشت رشد میکرد، یا آقایی به نام هنگ که اسمش حمید بود، به نام هنگ HANK یه چیزی نوشت به نام سیستم سینکینگ. و این در این دوره میبینیم که نفتی توانسته بود آدمهای باسواد که تو دانشگاه‌های آمریکایی تدریس میکنن، آدمای ادعایی نیستند، آدمای واقعی هستند، رو دعوت کرد و دهان کالیبر به اصطلاح توپخانه پر از این تیپ آدمای انگلیسی فهم مسن مورد قبول به اصطلاح محافل خارجی آمدن توی نفتی. ورژن سوم نفتی زمانی شروع شد که این افراد که خب آکادمیسیان بودن مبارز نبودن، الزاماً استراتژی مبارزه نداشتن. اینا استراتژی بازسازی ایران رو میتونستن بنویسن، استراتژی بازگیری ایران رو نداشتن. که میبینیم امثال آقای سرور سعید قاسمی نژاد آمدند، چهره‌ای که سواد این نسل که الان ورژن دوم رو عرض کردم رو داشت، ولی خب نیروی تپنده هم برای اینکه راه حل‌های عملی برای سرنگونی رژیم ارائه بده فرموله بکنه و قشنگ هم صحبت میکنه. خیلی هم سابقه پاکی داره. یعنی اگر هر کسی بخواد به هر دلیلی، چون که شیشه خورده هایی که تو این کار میریزن جلوی نفتی، یا رجویستا این کارو میکنند، یا نایاکی‌ها میکنند، یا خود رژیم این کارو میکنه دیگه. کسی دیگری نمیاد خرج بکنه نفتی رو بخواد پایین بکشه. یا رجویستا در خطر خودشونو میدونند که منابع مالیشون قطع نشه، یا نایاکی‌ها که خب اونام که منابع مالیشون از همه جا هست، یا خود اسلامی‌ها که اونام برسا دارن خوراک میدن به. ولی این ورژن سوم نفتی، این بازسازی نفتی با حضور چهره‌های جوانی از جمله آقای سعید قاسمی نژاد که امروز هم سخن گفتند. امروز وقتی نفتی رو گوش میکنیم، من راستشو بخواد این اسمشو میذارم نفتی رده چهارم، یعنی ورژن چهارمه. چرا؟ به خاطر اینکه اون آقایی که به نام جاناتان، اسمش آقا هست جاناتان گرین بلات که بانویی هم که الان سخن فرمودن در موردش به این آقا اشاره کردن. ببینید بانو فرمودن که ما از مرحله شعار و لفاظی و لکچرهای قشنگ دادن اومدیم بیرون، آمدیم وارد این مرحله شدیم که گلوگاه رژیم رو داریم فشار میدیم. گلوگاه رژیم چگونه در دنیا فشار آورده شد؟ نخستین بار هنگامی که در برای دادگاه رستوران میکنه ثابت شد که خامنه‌ای و رفسنجانی در طراحی قتل و اجرای قتل و فرستادن آدمایی که اون قتل انجام دادن دست داشتند. از اون روز به بعد خامنه‌ای میدونست که هر جای دنیا بخواد سر کلش پیدا بشه دستگیرش میکنن. رفسنجانی هم هیچ وقت دیگه ایران رو ترک نکرد. یعنی قبل از اون خامنه‌ای کره شمالی رفته بود، اگه یادتون باشه. ولی از وقتی که اون دادگاه اینو مجرم اعلام کرد، همه متوجه شدیم که نه فقط فشار سیاسی، نه فقط فشار اقتصادی، نه فقط تحریم‌ها، فشار حقوقی هم لازمه. خانم الهام اتفاقاً نمیدونم با چه هوش جالب حس شیشمی، فکر می‌کنم 4 روز پیش بود، محضرشون بودیم، یه اتاقی باز کرده بودن و اتفاقا ایشون داشتن برمی‌شمردن نکاتی رو که میشود از لحاظ قانونی اقامه دعوا کرد علیه آخوندها در هنگامی که اینا دارن وارد نیویورک میشن. و یادمه که بانو الهام مداوم میخواستن به یه زبون بی زبونی به ما بفهمونن که زمینه شعار و نمیدونم استشهاد نویسی و change.org رو امضا جمع کردن گذشته. البته اونام کار قشنگی هست برای یادگیری، ولی اگه میخوایم کار جدی انجام بدیم با یه دفتر حقوقی توانمند داشته باشیم. این آقایی که جاناتان گرین بلات آمد در مورد ADL اونا رو گفت و نمیدونم 4 بیلیون چقدر میخوان بگیرند. ببینید ADL Anti Defamation League اصلا همش همینه. من یه بار تو عمرم وقتی که آقای احمدی نژاد میخواست بیاد سر کار با یه آقای همخیشمون هم دینمون در لس آنجلس، البته اون جمهوری خواه بود، من خب طرفدار پیرو پادشاه، این موضوع رو گذاشتیم کنار، در رابطه با اون کار حقوقی کردیم. با ADL خیلی کمک گرفتیم. این انتی دیفمیشن لیگ واقعا در همه دانشگاه‌های معتبر آیوی لیگ آمریکا یک دفتر داره. یعنی تو این قشقره‌ای که آخونده را انداخته بودن و نمیدونم انتی فاشیست را انداخته بودن، در هیچ دانشگاهی که ADL دفتر داره، انتی دیفامیشن لیگ دفتر داره، این نخاله ها نتونستن اونجا قسم اردو بزنن و آششه بخورن از این کارا، عکس حسن نصرالله رو پخش کنن. یعنی من رفتم پرسیدم، یعنی رفتم حضوری دیدم که چرا مثلا تو برکلی تونستن یه تک زمینای ایجاد کنن، تو استنفورد نتونستن با فاصله فقط 1 ساعت راه. در نتیجه این نفتی که امروز داریم میبینیم و فرمایشاتی که آقای جاناتان گرین بلات کردند، اگر خود اون نسخه فرمایشات ایشون رو و صحبت‌های دقیقی که در مورد چگونه خفت اینها رو قانوناً بشود گرفت، این میتونه ما رو اصلا وارد یه دنیای بهتری بکنه. با احترام به این که سرور فیروز فرمودن که باید نفتی رو پشتیبانی کرد، در این حال نفتی که در آمریکا هست ممکنه که در شرق آمریکا متنفذتر باشه، بر بچه‌هاشون اونجا بیشتر فعالن. در غرب آمریکا که کلی از این وکیلای ایرانی داریم، شاید بشه یک اقدامی مانند همون اقدامی که بانو الهام گفتند یک کار حقوقی کرد. این در تضاد هم نخواهد بود با حیثیت و دوام نفتی، چون که خود پادشاه هم چندی بار گفتن که ایرانی‌ها در هر جایی که هستن باید نفتی رو الگو قرار بدن و کاری مشابه آن بکنن. ارجحاً اگر با نام خود نفتی باشه که دیگه بهتره اسمای عجق وجق برای خودمون درست نکنیم، ولی اگر یه شاخه حقوقی بخواد درست بشه، واقعا این کار میتونه بهتر از همه این استشهادایی که جمع کردیم و امضا کردیم و سخنرانی کردیم و باشه. آقای فیروز دمت گرم که انقدر خوب منادی آزادی ایران هستی، مدارای اصلی رو روی این میدانی که آزادی خواهای ایرانگرا برای آزادی ایران در نفتی با هم دیگه همدست بشن. از بانو الهام هم میگم خسته نباشی که 4 روز 5 روز قبل از اینکه اصلا محتوای سخنرانی امروز معلوم باشه شما حواست به گشودن جبهه حقوقی بر علیه آخوندها بود. برصد دم همتون گرم. خرد نگهدار ایران یک پارچه.
سپاس از شما اردلان. من میخوام یه کپی یک نامه رو بفرستم برات. ببین نامه یه 2-3 هفته هستش که دارم هی فکر میکنم ولی نمیدونم فکر نمیکنم. anyways یه سری میگن خیلی خوبه، یه سری اون یکی میگه نه خیلی خوب نیست، باید خیلی بهتر بشه و من شخصا فکر میکنم یه جاهایی پرفکشنیزم خوبه، یه جاهایی ما میخوایم 95% رو برسونیم به 100% waste of resource میشه. حالا نظر شخصی منه. حالا میخواستم اینپوتت در موردش بگیرم. حالا من با چند نفر دیگه هم صحبت کردم. حالا اگه خواستی اینپوتت بدی نمیدونم، یادم رفته توی تلگرام کانکت هستی یا نه. حالا برگردیم به صحبت‌های که زده شده در نفتی. من که واقعا
الهام عزیز، من الان یه
بفهم.
مصاحبه ایران اینترنشنال ایران
بفهم.
اعوذ بالله میگم دیگه حالا ببینن دیگه گاو نومنشیرن دیگه. اون زمانی که باید پوشش میدادن نمیدادن، حالا علاقمند شدن رفتن اونجا ببینن چه خبره. ولی مصاحبه داشتن با شاهزاده 6 دقیقه است. بذار اونو پخش کنیم ببینیم که در ادامه چی گفتن شاهزاده. در یعنی همین الان گذاشته بود روی
اوکی
صفحه.
بذار اگه زحمتت نیست. یا
آره 25 دقیقه پیش آپلود کرده ایران اینترنشنال.
بسیار من ماکم ببندم.
خیلی ممنونم از وقتی که در اختیار ما قرار میدید. در پروژه شکوفایی ایران در رونماییش حضور داشتید، سخنرانی کردید. چقدر در خلق شدن این پروژه شما نقش داشتید؟ فکر میکنید که به چه کار مردم ایران بیاد، چه تأثیر ملموسی بگذاره و شما به شخص چه انتظاری دارید از افرادی که پشت این پروژه هستند و اینکه پروژه بتونه یک تأثیر مثبتی بگذاره بر زندگی مردم؟
خب البته سال هاستش که موازی با کارهای سیاسی به مفهوم توجه من همیشه نسبت به متخصصین بوده که میتونن راهکارها رو ارائه بدن برای آنچه که جزو چالش هایی که کشور ما باش به هر حال مواجه خواهد بود. مثلا سازمان ققنوس رو به همین دلیل سالهای پیش راه اندازی کردم و توجه هم همیشه نسبت به متخصصین بوده، حالا چه کارشناسان اقتصادی باشن چه حقوقدانان باشن، در رابطه با آنچه که باهاش مواجه خواهیم بود و همینطور کسانی که به عنوان کارآفرینانی که میتونن در فردای بازسازی ایران مؤثر باشن، چه خودی چه خارجی. این رو به این علت بهش پرداختم چون میدونستم و باور داشتم همیشه که مسئله فقط یه مسئله تغییر سیاسی نیست که جزء بدیهیات هستش، اما واقعا چه نقشه راهی رو میتونیم ارائه بدیم که هم‌میهنانمون دقیقاً متوجه بشن که چه فرصت‌ها و امکاناتی وجود داره، چه علاقه‌مندی‌هایی در خارج از کشور برای سرمایه‌گذاری در ایران وجود داره که البته تا زمانی که این نظام هست امکان پذیر نخواهد بود، ولی به محض اینکه نظام بره آنن شرایط تغییر پیدا میکنه. این فضا رو میشه خیلی سریع در داخل ایران ایجاد کرد، مسائل حقوقی و قانونیش رو انجام داد و کشور ما آماده باشه برای بازسازی و شکوفایی که واقعا مستحقش است. و این خب در واقع یه نوع یارگیری است و این نوع برنامه‌ریزی از قبل هستش، در سطح کلانش البته و متخصصین هستن که باز بیان این برنامه‌ها رو ارائه بدن و همین کار رو خب شروع کردن همونطور که دیدید و این تازه فاز اولشه و همینطور در فازهای بعدی و امیدواریم که این هرچی بیشتر گسترش پیدا بکنه و هر گونه متخصصی کارشناس که داریم بتونن یه راهی داشته باشن که بدونن در اینجا ما میتونیم راه حل‌های ممکن رو ارائه بدیم و واقعا بتونیم این نقشه راه رو تقویت کنیم.
در واقع شاهزاده میشه گفت الان دعوتی هم هست از کارآفرینان ایرانی که حالا در خارج از ایران هستن. این پروژه آیا در بازه به روی افرادی که بخوان در مسائل اقتصادی به مردم ایران کمک بکنه؟ میشه گفت که این یک در واقع فراخوان هم میتونه باشه؟
البته در پروژه باز هست، مشکل اینه که در ایران باز نیست به خاطر این رژیم، ولی به محض که این رژیم از بین بره خب تمام شرایط تغییر پیدا خواهد کرد و من با خیلی از این نوع افراد در این سالها صحبت کردم، به خصوص از نسل جوانترشون حتی، و واقعا آمادگی این خدمتگزاری رو به کشورشون دارند. حالا ساکن هر کشوری که باشن، امریکا، کانادا، فرانسه، آلمان، کار ندارم، به هر حال این آمادگی رو دارن و این اشتیاق رو هم دارن. ولی همه میدونن و همه میگوییم که خب تا زمانی که نظام سر کار هست عملی نخواهد بود. پس بنابراین به محضی که این به اصطلاح دیوار برداشته بشه، تمام این فرصت ها پیش خواهد اومد و قطعاً در برای همگی باز هست برای اینکه بتونن بیان و تاثیرگذاری خودشون رو عملا نشون بدن در تمام زمینه‌ها، تکنولوژی، بهداشت، مسائل زیست محیطی و مسائل دیگر.
شاهزاده، با توجه به تحولات منطقه اجازه بدید یک سوالم از اونجا ازتون بپرسم. 10 روز عجیب و غریبی رو شاهد بودیم در رویارویی اسرائیل با حزب الله لبنان از سه‌شنبه گذشته. چطور می‌بینید اوضاع رو الان در خاورمیانه با توجه به حالا سفری که به اسرائیل کردید، آشنا هستید با سیاست‌های نتانیاهو، شرایط فعلی رو چطور می‌بینید؟ فکر می‌کنید چقدر این تنش‌های الان تأثیر بگذاره بر مردم ایران؟ چجوری ترجمه بشه در داخل ایران؟
فکر کنم هیچ کسی بیشتر از خود مردم ایران از این موضوع اطلاع بیشتری ندارن که علت و بانی اصلی این همه گرفتاری ها خود این رژیم بوده که از روز اول این ستیزه‌جویی، این بحران آفرینی رو به عنوان یک به اصطلاح نحوه عمل خودش پیش کشیده. و از هر لحاظی شما ثبات منطقه رو اگه بهش نگاه بکنید، عدم ثباتش به خاطر ماجراجویی ها و درگیری های رژیم جمهوری اسلامی بوده دیگه، در تمام حالا چه از طریق نیروهای نیابتیش یا اصولا دخالتش در موارد کشورهای همجوار. پس بنابراین حالا سیاست کشورها، میخواد عربستان سعودی باشه، میخواد اسرائیل باشه، میخواد هر کشور دیگری باشه، تا زمانی که باعثی با چنین نظامی سر و کار داشته باشن، راه دیگه‌ای رو نمیبینن که بتونن عملکرد دیگه‌ای رو اتخاذ بکنن، چه برای حفظ امنیت خودشون و مسائل دیگر. من معتقد هستم، اما و بارها این هم گفتم، که به محض که شما این رژیم رو دیگه باش سر و کار نداشته باشید و ملتی رو باش سر و کار خواهید داشت که دنبال صلح هست، دنبال رابطه دوستانه و حسنه با همسایگانش هست، میخواد به دنیا مرتبط بشه، میخواد در همون اصول و باورها و فرهنگ آزادی و حقوق بشر و دموکراسی در واقع دوباره وصل بشه به جهان آزاد، به غیر از این چیز دیگه نمیخوان و اینا بهترین چطور بگم پارتنرهای شما هستن و بایستی دنیا متوجه بشه که راه کار سرمایه گذاری نه رو مذاکرات با یه رژیم ورشکسته، بلکه حمایت از یک ملتی که بخواد آزاد بشه هست. شما بهترین ارتش موجود رو در خود ایران دارید، ملتی که بایستادن مبارزه میکنن، چششون تیر میخوره، تو زندان‌ها به اصطلاح ترور میشن، از بین میرن، کشته میشن و این مردم سزاوار آینده بهتری هستن. شما بیاین و همپیمان خودتون رو این وسط پیدا بکنید و از این مرز درگیری با جمهوری اسلامی بگذارید و آلترناتیو رو تجسم بکنید که اصلا چنین ملتی در وهله اول تمام اون آشوب‌ها، تمام اون گرفتاری‌ها، تمام اون تهدیدهایی که نظام جمهوری اسلامی باعثش بوده، چه تروریسم باشه، چه تهدید اتمی باشه و مسائل دیگه نخواهد بود. بنابراین تا زمانی که رژیم هست، این مشکلات همچنان ادامه خواهد بود. به محض که رژیم بره، کل منطقه تغییر پیدا خواهد کرد.
بله، خیلی ممنونم از شما شاهزاده پهلوی.
بسیار عالی. من که دیگه از شو بخواید فیروز اصلا گوش نمیدم به ایران اینترنشنال. میدونم که حالا نباید دقیقا خیلی بایکوتش کرد، ولی به نظر من هر چیزی که سوالی که میکنن، حتی اگه بهترین جوابم باشه، چون از ایران اینترنشنال میاد دیگه، راستش بخواید کد اف کانداکتشون خیلی پایینه. میدونین این توهین به شعور آدمه به نظر من. که البته نمیگم که چه اشتباه کردی پخش کردی یا خوب کردی، نه، اینجا تو اتاق عمومی چرا بالاخره یه سورس اینفورمیشنه، ولی وگرنه همینطوری خودم نمیرم گوش بدم. مثلا سوالش رو مثلا، یعنی از این سوال بهتر نمیتونست. یه جوری سوال میکنه اولش که انگار مثلا پریروز شاهزاده گروه جمع کردن بیان اینجا صحبت کنن. همه میدونن در مورد ققنوس، میدونی، همه میدونن در مورد پروگرام هایی که رضا شاه دوم الان چندین سال در جریان داره. خب وقتی یه خبرنگاری چنین سوالی میکنه، به نظر میاد نمیشه اون خبرنگار رو جدی گرفت دیگه، برای اینکه یا مطلع نیست، پس یه خبرنگار غیر مطلعه که خب حالا اونم یه تجربه است که میاد پای بلندگو صحبت میکنه با رضا شاه دوم. نمیدونم، انقدر دست اینترنشنال دلخورم که هر کاری هم بکنن برای من یه ایراد از توش در میاد.
الهام جان، متوجه سهل انگاری که اینترنشنال الان آقای فیروز این رو برامون خاطر نشون کردن. یه بار این خامنه‌ای به رفسنجانی میگه من نگران اون چیزایی که گفتی نبودم، نگران اون چیزایی که بعد میگفتی و نگفتی هستم. الان آقای فیروز به ما فرمودن که پادشاه مشخصا از زبان خمینی یه چیزی رو نقل قول کرده در موردی که اقتصاد مال خر است و اینترنشنال بر این که بر دلیلی که خداشون میدونن اینو پخش نکرد. اتفاقا این نکته سنجی آقای فیروز دلیل میشه که حالا از این به بعد من برم اینترنشنال گوش بکنم، چون که اینترنشنال نه تنها خبر پراکنیای دروغگو میکنه، بلکه اون جایی هم که لازم هست میپوشانه، گناه ها رو میپوشانه.
خب درسته اونم هستش حالا، ولی آخه من دیگه خیلی از دست اینا دلخورم، خیلی جعلی میگم میدونی، ولی درست میگی شما.
حق داری. خب نه ببین الان که منم خودم من الان تو یوتیوب داشتم میگشتم دیدم که این اومده بود گفتم خب پخش کنم. ولی ببین خب یه مقدار بخش چیز هست، اون به اصطلاح دنبال کننده ها و فالووراش هست که الان به شدت ریخته. خب بی بی سی که از قدیم خب به هر حال اون چیزشو از دست داده بود دیگه. خب ولی همچنان به اصطلاح اون همون بخش اصلاح طلبها و اینا که وابسته هستن چیز میکنن. ولی ایران اینترنشنال در زمان در واقع انقلاب ملی جنبش مهسا، چون یک در واقع من اصلا شک ندارم که اینا به یک در واقع یک هابی که سورس خبری رو به اینا میداد و چون داشت با اون شدت و حدت در واقع پمپاژ خبری میکرد، نیازی نمیدید که بیاد مثلا تو این اوضاع احوال شاهزاده رو مثلا پوشش بده. در واقع یا به نوعی تو پیجای خود شاهزاده بود یا نمیدونم من و تو این اواخر بود و حالا وی او ای هم تا حد خیلی کمی. ولی الان خب یه بخشش اینه که اینا به هر حال الان ببین خب نگاه کن این دیگه خیلی دیگه مثلا یه چیزی که مثلا چی میگن به اصطلاح خیلی دیگه تهش میگن بازه. اگه اینا رفتن و گزارش گرفتن از این به اصطلاح پوزیده که اومده بود توی این سازمان ملل، بعد از این گزارش هیچ گزارشی نمیذاشتن، خب جنبه خوبی نداشت. ضمن که خب دیگه جایگاهشون هم تو همون به اصطلاح واشنگتن دیگه در واقع. و خب اگه نمیخواستن پوشش بدن دیگه یه مقداری برای آبروی خودشون زیاد جالب نبود. ولی خب نه، منظورم که الان دارن پوشش میدن ولی بنا به شرایطی و احوالی ممکنه مثلا شرایط تغییر کنه این کار نکنن. توجه میکنی؟ این است که اینا اینطوری هن دیگه. ولی خب به هر حال من الان چون میخواستم ببینم که چی اومده از این البته من دیدم وی او ای هم گزارش داده بود وی او ای هم و خیلی کنفرانس پرباری بود، یعنی من لذت بردم. بعد اون سوالی که خانم پریسا کرد رفتن ایشون، من رفتم جستجو کردم دیدم که پرسیدن خانم مریم کیپور بود، درسته الهام؟
آره مریم کیپور از
مریم کیپور
آخرین نوت اسپیکر بود، ولی فکر کنم
بعد
این مریم داشته چیز دیگه اوکی
اون
بس.
فندره. حالا ببین البته من رفتم تو وبسایتشون هم هست میذارم تو چت روم. The Alliance for Right of All Minority، این اسم فاندیشنشون هست که وقتی که میری اون بالا و در واقع فوکس میزنی نوشته Women Rights, LGBTQ Community, Religious Minority, Ethnic Minority. این اگر این به نظر من اتفاقا خیلی هم خوبه. این اگر تو بخش سیاسی نباشه مثل این تجزیه طلبا و نمیدونم اینایی که میان از این LGBTQ ها به اصطلاح استفاده میکنن، این اتفاقا توی گفتمان ملیگراها یه جوری جلوه داده بودن که ما اصلا به این مسئله توجه نمی‌کنیم و اتفاقا انتخاب شایسته‌ای بود. حالا من کاری ندارم این خانم چه نوع فعالیتی داره میکنه و سابقه و سابقش به کجاست، ولی به هر حال نفتی تلاشش رو گذاشته روی نان پارتیزان در واقع، یعنی خیلی جمهوری خواهانی که ملیگرا هستن و اینها دارن حمایت میکنن. به هر حال بعضی پادشاهی خانه هم همینطور و میشن و ویژنش هم واقعا یه ترانسپرنسی مشخصی داره. ولی خب به هر حال ممکنه افرادی هم باشن، البته این سوالی که پرسید از شاهزاده که در به روی همه بازه، خب این در مورد تخصصهای افراد اگر که وابستگی به جمهوری اسلامی نداشته باشن، این خب این منطقی به نظر میرسه دیگه.
بله
خب
نه
من
بگو. من
نه از این نیست، من میخواستم بگم دوستان اگر صحبتی دارن تشریف بیارن، اگر نه که نمیدونم کم کم اتاقو ببندیم دیگه. حالا
آره من
فردا هم اینا
میکنم
کنفرانس دارن.
باشه فردا پس اگه شد تو حواس شما بذاریم دیگه که همش یه جا باشه. نظرت چیه؟
نه من موافقم.
همینطوری باز میذاریم مایکو اینجا بالاخره، چون که بچه‌ها اینجا فیلتر شکن لازم ندارن توی کلاب هاوس. بعدکم یعنی خوبه دیگه، حالا یه چیزی هست و اینجا بچه‌ها میتونن بیان بشنون بدون فیلتر شکن. اصلا من ممنونم که این رو
خانم الهام، چون یه بار با ADL نزدیک کار کردم توی موضوع کار اجرایی چند ماه پروژه بود، یه بار فقط با ADL کار کردم. اگر این کار فرمایشات آقای گرین بلت رو خواستید الگو برداری کنید، اون نامه‌ای که فرمودید، با ذوق و شوق دوست دارم که با شما کار کنم روی این زمینه، خدمتتون باشم در حقیقت.
باشه مرسی سپاسگزارم ازت اتفاقا اردلان. آره اینو یه نگاهی باید بکنیم. به نظر من اتفاقا صحبتایی که اون خانم مریم کیپور کرد دقیقاً روی همون زمین است. و الان دکتر پیمان پایینه، من دوباره دوستم بگم دکتر پیمان بیاد بالا بگه چرا آمریکا به ایران خوبی کرده و فکر کنم قبلا گفتن، من هر دفعه ایشون میگه میشم اصلا بعد میرم در موردش میخونم به جایی نمیرسم، بعد اصلا صحبت های دکتر پیمان رو بنویسم تقلبی اون رو بزنم تو این نامه. در هر صورت آره ببینید دوستان خیلی جالبه. بذارید اول فیروز این پروژه شکوفایی میخواد بولت پوینتاشو بخونیم اول. یکی از چیزی که من دیدم خیلی خوشم اومد، ببینید من فکر میکنم که بتونیم به این واقعیت یه مقداری توجهی داشته باشیم. الان شما اگه حضور رضاشاه دوم در نفتی
ببخشید الهام عزیز، من درود میگم به دکتر پیمان صادق، امیدوارم که کنفرانس رو شنیده باشن. تشریف دعوت دادم که تشریف بیارن بالا، نقطه نظراتشون رو بگن. بعد یه لطفی بکن این توییت تینا قاضی مراد رو پین کن روی در واقع بالای اتاق که دیده بشه، منم
گذاشتم توی
ببینم
چت.
بعدش هم یه ریپوست. خب نه
میخواید
بذارش تو بالا، پین کن
آکی.
بالا، پین کن بالا لطفا.
خب بیاین این رو بذار من خودش رو بذارم اول صبر کنید. بعد دیگه مال خودش اینجاست باشه. آره بچه این رو لطفاً لایک بکنید. بعد میتونید در اشتراک هم بذارید هر نفر سه نفر. در صورت تو این ریپوستش اگه دقت کرده باشی فیروز خیلی قشنگ نکات رو گذاشته و خیلی زیبا نوشته. الان حرفم یادم رفت دیگه. باشه میخوایم بخونین خودتون این رو توییتر رو یا میخوایم من بخونم فرقی نمیکنه. میگم خواستم چی بگم. ببین یه جای دیگه من یه توییت قبل از این زدم. ببینید اینجا الان امروز رضاشاه دوم خیلی همون چیزی که همیشه بودن ولی بیشتر کامند و بیشتر رهبر نه مثل یک رهبر اشتباهی کردم، بیشتر لیدرشیپشون رو نشون دادن. خب ببینید ایشون پس الان همون پشتیبانی که ما از شاه میکنیم اون قدرت شاه میشه که بخواد بره جلو واسه ما رایزنی کنه. در این شرایطی من هر وقت رضاشاه دوم میبینم در یک فضای عمومی یا در یک فضایی که کامند داره یعنی لیدرشیپش رو به نمایش میذاره، نمایش نه ها، منظورم اینه که یه رهبریش رو نشون میده و میاد جلو. من به عنوان یک انسان که ایشون رو ساپورت میکنم، هم رهبر انقلاب ملیمه هم رضا شاه دوم هستش، خب من بعد پیش خودم میگم خیلی خوب، پس حالا باید بیشتر سعی کنم پشتیبانیمو نشون بدم. پس یعنی در لحظاتی مثل امروز، به طور مثال دارم میگم که از الان به بعد خیلی اتفاق میفته که رضا شاه دوم در یک جمع عمومی داره یک لیدرشیپی رو نشون میده، نه تنها به شنونده اون اتاق، بلکه به من و شما که الان ازشون مایل ها دور هستیم و به تمام دنیا. یک صحبتی که داره صحبتی که میکنه پروژه کلی رو برای ایران توضیح دادن و صحبتشو کرد. به نظر من بعد از اینکه امروز کنفرانس تموم شد بشینیم فکر کنیم ببینیم که ما از امروز خیلی بعد مرتب‌تر این ساپورتمون رو از رضا شاه دوم به انواع مختلف نشون بدیم. چون که یادتون هیچ وقت نره، نایاک همیشه خواهد گفت. این حرف نایاکه که الان الهام خانم از این ور آب نشسته، بیکاره و بیکسف و بی هیچه و میخواد مثلا تو ایران انقلاب شه. حالا داستان ما چیز دیگه یه، اصلا به من چه مربوط، از 2 سال پیش وارد. حالا من مثالم یعنی ما اینجا اکو داریم میکنیم صدای داخل ایران رو، وگرنه اصلا ما واسه چی بخوایم انقلاب وقتی که ظلم داره پیش میاد توی کشور ما، حق هموطنان ما رو گذاشتن زیر پا، دارن گند یعنی به افتضاح کشیدن ایران رو. سکوت نمیشه کرد، سکوت خیانته. و خب ولی نایاک میاد این رو میگه در فضای مجازی و فضای بین‌المللی، میگه ما از این طرف داریم همه رو میدونید چی میگن اینستیگیت میکنیم، یعنی چی کار میکنیم، واج میندازیم، نمیدونم. anyways به خاطر همین خیلی مهمه که به نظر من بچه‌ها هموطنان داخل ایران خارج ایران از روش‌های خلاقانه‌ای که خودتون بلدین بتونیم حمایت متداوم خودمون رو از رهبر انقلاب ملی رضا شاه دوم نشون بده. مثلا من امروز خودم یه ویدیو درست کردم و یکی از هموطنان داخل ایران یه ویدیو فرستاده بود با پرچم شیر خورشید در بالای پل هوایی پیاده‌رویی و داشت میگفت که پرچمو میخواست آویزون کنه و بگه که من دوستم این پرچمو، خودش گفت که پرچمو یه روزی توی ایران به راحتی آویزون کنم و رضا شاه دوم. خیلی خب اون یه نفر شجاعتش رو به نمایش گذاشته، اعتقادش رو به نمایش گذاشته، هدفش رو به نمایش گذاشته که ربط داره به این که منی که الهام از این برای آب بتونم صدای اون رو اکو کنم و در نتیجه نایاک این نراتیوی که داره میسازه، روایت سازیایی که همیشه کرده که ماها از ایران جداییم، ما داریم برای خودمون یه چیزی میخوایم راه بندازیم، ما توی ایران اینطوری نیست. من در صورت میخوام بگم در شرایطی که ما شاهمون رو میبینیم در یه فضای عمومی و بسیار کامندینگ و رهبرانه که کارهایی رو دارن انجام میدن، به نظر من قدرت شاه از ملتش میاد. ما به خودمون بگیم چجوری میتونیم خلاقانه روش‌های جدید نشون بدیم، حمایتمون رو از عملکرد ایشون و خواستمون رو که رفتن جمهوری اسلامیه. فکر میکنم این رو الان توی زمانهایی هستیم که هی مدام جمهوری اسلامی هی الان میخواد چوب لا چرخ بکنه. ملتفتین، چون که ما اگه بتونیم به نیروهای خارجی واقعا به این باور برسن که آنچه که جمهوری اسلامی میگه یک مزخرف و هجویات بیشتر نیست که این درسته، خب پس بعد ما همه تلاشمون رو بکنیم که اون حمایتمون از شاه و پیغاممون رو، هدفمون رو از این رفتن جمهوری اسلامی اینا بگیم. نمیدونم تونستم منظورم برسونم یا نه، ولی این خیلی مهمه. از یکی از اون کارهایی که میتونیم بکنیم اینه، این توییته که بالا گذاشتیم پین، اینو یه کار گروهی انجام بدیم، لایکش کنید، کد بکنید، خود بادی توییت رو قسمت بالایی که نوشته شده است رو کپی کنید، پیست زیر توییت تینا برین کامنت بذارید که مثلا منم چه میدونم یه کامنتی بذارید که مربوط به این توییت بشه. این کارا رو که بکنید توییت میاد بالا و دیدش بیشتر میشه و از اینجور به نظر من پیغاما الان زمان خوبی هستش که انجام بدیم. اینی که الان گذاشتیم این بالا سامری خلاصه صحبت‌های رضا شاه دوم هست. پس یعنی شما هم دارین اشتراک یعنی آگاهی ایجاد میکنین، هم دارین کار خودتون رو به عنوان یک نفر از ملتی که شاهش رو ساپورت میکنه انجام میدید. حرفاشون رو اشتراک میذارید و لایک و کوت و بعدش هم پایین توییت اصلی که این بالا پین شده مال این خانم تینا، اونجا یه کامنت هم بذارید. کلا تو این حرکت ها بعضی موقع وقتی که میبینیم دوستان کوت کردن، مثلا منم میرم زیر توییت شما یه کامنت میذارم، شما میایین زیر رو توییت من یه کامنت میذارین که کلا دیدش توی سیستم توییتر این چیزا رو پیکاپ میکنه، دید و میبره بالاتر. در صورت گفتم این رو منشن کنم بگم اینجا. همین.
مرسی. من درود میگم شل عزیز، امیدوارم مطلب تازه‌ای راجع به این کنفرانس نفتی اگه داره تشریف بیاره. من دعوت دادم بهش، خوشحال میشم. ما اینجا زنده پخش کردیم، کل کنفرانس رو پخش کردیم دیگه، درسته؟ آره دیگه، هر سه تا پنل و صحبت ابتدایی و بیانات شاهزاده و اینا همه رو پخش کردیم. بعدم دیگه یه مقدار مصاحبه‌ای که داشتن با اینترنشنال صحبت کردن اونجا. و الان هم حالا من این 10 تا در واقع نکته‌ای که تینا قاضی مراد ترجمه‌شو گذاشته بود، البته اونم ترجمه‌شو پخش کردیم ولی دوباره برای دوستان میخونم. امیدوارم که اگه دوستان مایلن تشریف بیارن و بشنویم. من که خیلی لذت بردم، واقعا یک کنفرانس خیلی پروفشنال. فردا هم روز دومش خواهد بود، احتمالاً حتما مسائل مهمتری رو دستور کارشون دارن برای فردا و مهمانان دیگری. من واقعا خیلی متاسف شدم که نتونستم برم، خیلی خیلی تمایل داشتم باشم اونجا ولی خب حالا دیگه متاسفانه نشد. درود جناب کیان. من اجازه میخوام این مطالب رو بخونم و بعد بریم سراغ جناب کیامه. خب معرفی پروژه شکوفایی ایران توسط شاهزاده رضا پهلوی. نخست، در سیاستگذاری اقتصادی باید به شهروندان اعتماد کرد تا تصمیماتی بر اساس منافع خود بگیرند. دوم، دولت باید فرصت‌هایی برای شکوفایی همه شهروندان ایجاد کند. سوم، سیاست‌ها باید با تقویت مسئولیت‌پذیری فردی و نوآوری افراد را توانمند کند. چهارم، یک اقتصاد پویا به احترام به مالکیت خصوصی و حفاظت از آن در برابر مداخله وابسته است. پنجم، سازوکارهای بازار باید در صورت امکان راهنمای تعاملات اقتصادی بین شهروندان باشد. ششم، دولت باید با اطمینان از امنیت سرمایه‌گذاری و ایجاد محیطی مناسب برای کسب و کار موانع را از سر راه کارآفرینان داخلی بردارد و شرایط مناسب برای آنها فراهم کند. هفتم، کنترل تورم نیازمند انضباط مالی و ایجاد یک بانک مرکزی مستقل است. هشتم، موانع مشارکت زنان در بازار کار باید برداشته شود. نهم، تولید و بهره‌وری باید موتور رشد اقتصادی باشد که از طریق ارتقای سرمایه انسانی و پذیرش فناوری ممکن می شود. دهم و در نهایت، ایران باید به اقتصاد جهانی بازگردد و شرایط را فراهم کند که سرمایه‌گذاری خارجی را جذب کند. من فقط یه لینک هم گذاشتم. این پیمان کوروش هم خیلی اهمیت داره. اینم در رابطه با در ارتباط با همون استراتژی ها خواهد بود. حالا امیدوارم که بتونیم یه مقداری هم راجع به اون صحبت کنیم. جناب کیامل خوش آمدید. بفرمایید شما رو بشنویم.
عرض ادب و درود خواهش میکنم. من حقیقتش اومدم فقط هم از شما تشکر بکنم، اعلام خوشحالی بکنم از تحرکات چشمگیری که شاهزاده عزیز در روزهای قبل داشتن و الان دارن و همچنان ادامه داره و اینا همش نوید بخشه. نکته خاصی ندارم، فقط اینو میدونم که به نیکی شاهزاده دریافته که حرکت در ایران باید اقتصاد محور باشه. یعنی حتی در نشست قبلی هم که ما دیدیم اونجا نخبگان اقتصادی بود، اینجا هم راجع به موضوع اقتصادی تکیه زیادی داره و این بسیار درسته، بسیار درسته. این چیزیه که خیلی منطقی، خیلی خردپسندانه هست و مردم ما میتونن اینو درک کنن دیگه، خلاف اون وعده های بی خودی و توخالی که 57 ها اون موقع دادن و ما دیدیم که دقیقا نقطه عکسش رو نتیجه داد. به هر نحوی من دلیل اومدم الان حقیقتش استیج تشکر از شما بود، از یکایک شما عزیزان بزرگوار، از جناب روزش میخوام رانندگی میکنم، خیلی کنترل ندارم روی صفحه چیز. به هر ترتیب اسم بدون اینکه اسم ببرم تکرار میکنم، تجدید میکنم تشکرم رو از بابت زحماتی که میکشید. من امیدوارم که فردا ادامه این رو اولا ما یه مقدار برای راجع بهش تبلیغ بشه تو روم ها، چون اگر خیلی ها بدونن میان، من مطمئنم که خیلی روم شلوغی خواهد بود با همین پخش زنده‌ای که شما داشتید. ممنونم، قدردانم.
سپاس جناب کیامه، سپاس. حالا نمیدونم بعضی گفتمان ها مثل این خیلی اهمیت داره، نمیدونم مثلا فائزه چی گفت، اون چی گفت، بعد نمیدونم از این موضوعات حاشیه‌ای واقعا من بعضیا رو نمیفهمم. یعنی احساس میکنم که حالا البته کلاب هاست شاید یه محیطی باشه که به هر حال جمهوری اسلامی خیلی نفوذ داره، اوان انصارش اینجا هستن، جای دیگه مثل توییتر و اینا خیلی بهش منشن میکنن و این حرفا، یا سوشال مدیا، فضای مجازی مثل یوتیوب و اینستاگرام و اینها. ولی اصلا مهم نیست حالا کی اتاق میگذاره، ولی الان مثلا چه میدونم اینا خیلی اهمیت داره که راجبش و دارن کار میکنن واقعا. ما وظیفه داریم اینو بیشتر تبلیغ بکنیم، همونطور که شما فرمودین جناب کیامی. حالا نمیدونم اتاقای
نه،
دیگه
من
خیلی اهمیت
هدفم
داره.
اینه که فیروز جان، روم شما رو ما که الان امروز مثلا بعد از اتاق شما حتما من جاهایی خواهم رفت دیگه، من اجازه دارم بگم که فردا این ساعت در روم در کلاب.
من اصلا اسکجوالشو میذارم، من اسکجوالش میکنم میذارم برای فردا.
اوکی ما لینکشو میذاریم تو قسمت های چت روم های دیگه.
تو همین هاوس جام جم که بری یا تو خود کلاب هاوس که بری، من الان یه 30 ثانیه فرصت پیدا کنم اون اسکجوالش رو میذارم همین الان. بنابراین شما تو هاوس جام جم که خودتون عضو هستید، توی اون قسمت زنگوله، قسمت ایونت هم که برید مشاهده خواهید کرد. ما فردا هم همینجا کنفرانس دوم رو به صورت زنده پخش میکنیم. من تمایل داشتم که رو ما ادامه بدیم، راجع به نکاتش صحبت بکنیم، ولی خب نمیدونم اگر استقبال اینطوری باشه احتمال داره اتاق رو ببند. ولی امیدوارم که دوستان تشریف بیارن بالا، اگر شنیدن صحبت کنن. حالا بیا ما نکات رو بگیم، اون دوستان نظراتشون رو بگن.
سرور فیروز، شما
همین.
رابطتون با خود سعید گنجی گونه ای هست که او مثلا 10 دقیقه بیاد تو اتاقتون؟
والا راستشو بخواید بله میتونم ازشون خواهش بکنم، ولی
من
اتفاقا
باید
آقای
برم
من
فقط فیروز، شما خودتون ادامه بدین. ببخشید عذر میخوام. من میرم بعد 1 ساعت دیگه اگه باز بودید برمیگردم، اکانت هم میذارم. ولی باشه ببخشید من برم کار
باشه
دارم.
نه ایرادی نداره. ببینید آقای اردلان، توی بحث مساعد که شد، چون 1 2 3 هفته که مونده بود به مساعد، من خب از طریق شل یکی از دوستانی بودن، بچه‌هایی بودن گروه هوب که داشتن راجع به این مساعد فعالیت میکردن، از اونا خواستم اومدن راجع بهش صحبت کردن. همون 16 اپریل بود فکر میکنم که قرار بود توی سنا تصمیم گیری راجبش بشه. ما یه چند روز قبلش اینجا یه اتاق گذاشتیم، خانم شبنم بودن، از بچه های توییتر بودن، این اکانت هم نداشتن، اومدن اینجا صحبت کردن. من خودم راجع به نفتی اتفاقا فکرم بوده که از آقای کامران کنسارنیا دعوت کنم تشریف بیارن، ولی الان این که میدونم که باید هماهنگی بشه و احتمالاً درگیر این به اصطلاح برنامه هستن، امکانش فراهم نیست. ولی من خودم یکی از اهدافم اینه که دعوت بکنم از اونها و تشریف بیارن اینجا، به هر حال اتاقی داشته باشیم راجع به نفت. نیاز هست که بیشتر، حتما من این کار خواهم کرد. بله ارتباط دارم، خوشبختانه من با دوستان نفتی ارتباط دارم، میتونم این کار انجام، ولی در آینده، یعنی شاید حالا برای هفته های آینده حتما این کار خواهم کرد. می‌کردیم به اصطلاح سخنگویان در واقع اشاره ای داشت و خیلی هم فکر کنم خیلی مقدارشو خود سعید قاسمی نژاد صحبت کرد. اون خانوم فکر میکنم که ویکتوریا دودس هم صحبت کرد راجبش و داشت در اینو ارتباط میداد به پیمان ابراهیم. یه نکته ای که سعید قاسمی نژاد گفت اونجا و خیلی اهمیت داشت، گفتش که اگر این مسئله، ببینید حالا بحث اسرائیل برای اینکه یک نراتیو جدیدی تو فضای سیاسی ایران باز کرد و یک تابو شکنی بود که شاهزاده با سفرشون لازم بود که این کار رو انجام بدن. برای اینکه این ببینید ما تمام این مثل یک دیژی میمونه که شما هر مرحله که رد میکنید خندق نمیدونم سیم خارداره یا دیواره و تمام اون بریری که در واقع اون موانعی که جمهوری اسلامی ایجاد کرده رو، که حالا مثلا بحث همین تحریم ها هست، بحث نمیدونم نیروهای نیابتیش هست، خصومتش با اسرائیل و همه اینا رو که بگذاری، اینها چیزهایی هست که تا نقطه دولت به اصطلاح گذار باید جامعه جهانی باید یه اطمینانی ازش حاصل بکنه. بحث نمیدونم موشکیشون و خب اینا الان چیزایی است که من میبینم که به درستی شاهزاده دونه به دونه دارن روش کار میکنن و اونجا بود که اشاره کرد به این مسئله پیمان کوروش و گفتش که وقتی که پیمان ابراهیم بخواد عملی بشه، اگر ما این رو به هر شکلی نتونیم کنار بگذاریم، ما نمیتونیم توی اون حلقه و اون سیکل در واقع ارتباط منطقه‌ای خاورمیانه وارد بشیم به شکل آزاد و فعالیت داشته باشیم. وقتی که ما نتونیم این پیمان کوروش رو ضمیمه بکنیم به اون پیمان ابراهیم. این خیلی خیلی نکته مهم و جالبی بود که بهش اشاره داشتم توی این صحبتاشون. چرا؟ چون شما همچنان اگر بر اساس اون خصومتت با اسرائیل بخوای گام برداری، قطعا اونا هم به لحاظ اقتصادی پیشرفت توسعه بیشتری خواهند داشت، ارتباط بیشتری خواهند شد و همین که شما از این قضیه کنار میمونیم و در واقع اون مسئله آیسولیشن جمهوری اسلامی که برای ما به وجود آورده ادامه پیدا خواهد. بنابراین من حالا دوباره لینکشو میذارم بالا که ایندیپندنت گذاشته بود که در واقع این یه طرحی هم هست که مشاورین ترامپ دادن، یعنی پیمان کوروش مابین اسرائیل، امریکا و ایران، در واقع ایران آینده. حالا جمهوری اسلامی که از این قضیه مستثنا است. اینو خواستم اضافه کنم که از اون نکاتی بود که خیلی مهمه که راجبش میشه صحبت کرد.
حسن پیمان کوروش هم اینه که اندیشه دین محوری ابراهیمی ها با هم دیگه کنار بیارن رو کنار میگذاره و اون ماها رو به همون اندیشه سکولار و پادشاه روش تاکید دارن هم میتواند رهن.
بله خب الهام که مایک نداره، جناب فرزان هم فکر میکنم که مایک ندارن. خب اردلان عزیز، شما همیشه ماشاءالله صحبتات زیاد بود، نمیدونم امروز چرا کم حرف شدی؟ اگه صحبتی هست بگو که دوستانم اگر دیگه تشریف نرن من اتاق رو به پایان ببرم.
خسته
اسکجوال هم
نباشید.
بکنم توی فاصله که شما.
خسته نباشید. از تشکر کنیم که به پیش اونایی که خواهی همیشه حضور داشته باشید، همیشه یه آزادی هستش که هم برای بانوان جوان اردو هستن، هم برای همه اینایی که در خارج از
اردلان عزیز،
کشور
صدا تو
بار
من خوب
آمدن.
ندارم، نمیدونم صدای شما رو خوب ندارم، نمیدونم صدای. خب اردلان عزیز،
عرض کردم حالا که داریم قدردانی میکنیم از شهبانوی جوانم جای قدردانی دارد، زیرا به عنوان یک شخصیت تحصیل کرده که در خارج از کشور بیشتر عمرش رو تحصیلاتش رو پشت سر گذاشته، چیرگی ایشون بر جزئیات ایران الگویی است برای نسلی که اینجا بار آمده، به ویژه که ایشون به عنوان یک شهبانوی جوان دارن همون کاری میکنن که اولیاء ملکه انجام میدادند در دوشادوشی با آریامهر. یعنی واقعا حضور شهبانو در اون سالهایی که پادشاه داشتن مبارزه میکردن ایران دلیلی شد که ایران ما به این پیشرفت به این گونه رسید. حضور شهبانوی جوان رو هم باید به یکایکمون شاد باش بگم.
بله ممنونم، سپاسگزارم. خب من اسکجوال اتاق فردا رو هم میذارم و از همه عزیزان که تا اینجا با ما همراه بودید سپاسگزارم. اگر صحبتی نیست دیگه، من فقط یک 30 ثانیه فرصت میخوام این اسکجوال رو بالا بذارم و بعدم یک موزیکی پخش کنم و اتاق رو به پایان ببرم. خب تا من موزیک میذارم و اسکجوال رو میذارم بالا دیگه، از همه شما سپاسگزاری میکنم. تا درودی دیگرم بدرود میگم. فردا هم تو همین جام جمع با پخش زنده در واقع کنفرانس ایران رو از سازمان نفتی برای شما پخش خواهیم کرد. اسکجوالش هم تا پایان اتاق براتون میذارم. یه 2 تا موزیک پخش میکنم و اتاقم رو هم نت میزنم. تا درودی دیگر بدرود. پاینده ایران جاوید شاه.